I've been working on doing the research for this video for about five days for this concept of the fact that there are never was and never will be any telecommunications satellites in space per se. Now, can I back that up? Yes, I can back it up. I have proof beyond proof that 97 to 99.5% of all telecommunications on this flat earth, between every country of the world, every nation, state, and in between America, Europe, including Russia, China, Japan, and Korea, upwards of 95 to 97% of all communications are transferred using an undersea cable, undersea cables. At this point, right now, today, as of last night, there are 450 undersea cables that stretch from every ocean and across every major body of water. And there's a total of 621,000 linear miles, not kilometers, but 621,000 miles of cables under the ocean. Now I'm going to go to my home page and I'm going to give you the link to just one undersea video laying cable machine. It's a barge, a boat, and it has a big cable. It's the thumbnail for today's video, but I'll show it to you, and then I'll explain to you how much cable the cables hold, how they splice them together, how they bury them under the ocean, and how they cross over one another when they have to put a cable over another cable. There's a special apparatus, protective layer that they put on top of the cable. It's all in this particular video. So let me just get to my, let me get a window open so that I can see my home page, and then I'm going to start putting data on the home page in the comments section, so that you'll be able.
During the Great Depression, this very weed was collected in.
You'll be able to.
Bathtubs. People washed it and prepared it for canning.
You'll be able to follow all of what I say. Now, there are people out there that are going to argue the point that we have satellites in space. This video specifically, intentionally corrects that misinformation. It says in the video, and every video that has an undersea cable laying process, they all agree that 95, 97, and some as much as 99% of all telecommunications data, NSA, FBI, CIA, Google, and YouTube, are all done with a fiber optic cable from about 17 millimeters, depending on where and how the cable's being laid, maybe across the small lake, to 7.5 or 8 inches in diameter. But the one thing they all have in common is the amount of fiber optics strands, the thickness of a human hair, made out of a very high quality glass. The one thing all the cables have in common is they have a maximum of about 6, that's right, 6, not 60, not 6,000, not 600, not 6 million. 6 strands would be encompassed in an 8-inch diameter undersea cable. And there's There's probably a reason for that, but I haven't run across the reason. But no cable that I've watched a video of has more than 6 strands. And now I'm going to give you the statistics of how much data each one of those fiber glass strands, fiber optics, each one of those holds. It's a ridiculous amount of information. 10 terabytes is not a fast cable. 100 terabytes is possible. And I'll give you the information on this. The fact that from Europe, this is just something you can relate to. From Europe to America, Google has bought 2 of those 6 strands. 2 strands the size of a human hair. It's in the video. You can check it. I'm going to give you the link. All the links are in the description box of the video. Google has 2 strands of fiber optics from America to Europe. One strand pushes the information from America to Europe, and the other strand allows the information from Europe to go back to America. The amount of information in one strand the size of a human hair will allow 70 million YouTube videos to be live streamed from Europe to America or vice versa. 70 million videos plus all of YouTube's data, comments, and communications between all the channels on YouTube between Europe and America. One strand. So one strand can have as much as 70 million videos being live streamed in one direction or the other. That's why Google and YouTube only bought 2 strands. They only need 2 strands for their corporation. Now, other corporations like ICM might have 1 strand. And then other huge corporations share a strand of information. And there are billions, trillions, terabytes of information that go through a single strand all at the same time. And the way that works is Google might have frequency 1 going to America and frequency 2 going back to Europe. And then ICM might have frequency number 3. And they push this data through the cables with billions of different frequencies, literally billions of frequencies, because a phone call between you and Europe is a frequency, and an internet connection between you and Europe is another frequency. So there are literally billions of frequencies going through one strand of fiber optics glass at the same time. The cable that might be 8 inches in diameter is only to house 6 strands of fiber optics. The rest of the cable is several different layers, about 9 layers. There's a polypropylene or polyethylene outside sheath, and then there's metal, stainless steel cables that for the strength, and then as you get closer to the inner core, there's a copper pipe. It's not even stranded wire. It's actually a copper pipe. And that brings power through the cable. And every 50 American miles, 80 kilometers, there's something called a repeater. And the repeater is about 14 inches in diameter. Hey, Halul. Ha! Thanks for stopping by. I know how busy you've been. Thank you for stopping by. My friend, let's get a bucket for Halul. Let's give Halul a little bucket. My friend Halul, who has helped me see through all the difficulties on YouTube and in the legal system of the courts and the legal system of the Philippines, Alo has been a godsend, literally a godsend. So for Alo, we're gonna use Big Al. It looks a little bit like Big Al. We're gonna use a face that looks a little bit like Big Al, and it's gonna represent Alo. And Alo, 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 Alo. So what we're going to do is say thank you to Alo. Let me tell you something about Alo de Winter. I'm going to stop my live stream. For those of you who don't know who he is among the smartest 10 people that I've ever met in real life and YouTube. But because he has a set of, you people don't see his moral turpitude the same way he's shown it to me. DNC said, Michael, Alo wants to help you with your legal matters in the Philippines. He wants to let bygones be bygones. So I said, okay, let's see what this is all about. Alo has kept up every agreement, every verbal concept that we talked about, done the research for me where I could not do it or didn't have time to do it, and then given me advice equal or better than my lawyers or the law firm that represents me. Alo has done this. So I don't know what Alo does, but I do know that when Alo spoke with my lawyer and his secretary, they were on equal grounds with Philippines law. So for that, we thank Alo. And if you're not now, everybody knows Alo as the world's greatest troll, of course. He is. But when he gets serious, he does have an amazing ability of actual intellect, and he keeps his word. So for those people out there that say, well, how could you be friends with Alo after what he did to you? Well, haven't you all done similar things to me over the years? Haven't you all jumped the fence at some point? Haven't you all made derogatory comments about me, and yet you couldn't prove any of it? I remember a 3-hour live stream that somebody did a 3-hour hit piece on me, and all it did was destroy his reputation, because the people that have watched that 3-hour hit piece know it's not true. There are maybe only a few people that believe any of that nonsense, and if you believe that nonsense, well, then that's you too, baby. But you people that have tried to destroy my reputation, how? When have you caught me in a lie? When have you caught me collecting money for something I didn't use the money for? When? You have not. Nobody has ever been able to destroy my reputation except verbally. And that is only because there are stupider people than the stupid people that try to destroy my reputation, that believe the stupid people that say stupid things about my reputation. You got people, right now, there are people on YouTube sending me messages. Is Daisy Mae pregnant? Well, no, I don't think she is. But if she is, it's a secret to me, for sure. But you people start rumors about things that you have no knowledge of. Can I call Daisy and ask her? Of course I could. Would I? I wouldn't give you the benefit of the doubt to even ask her that question. Because if she was pregnant, she probably would have told me. So there, you people that start these false rumors and allegations, you are just the lowest form of life on YouTube. The people that spread rumors are the lowest forms of life on YouTube. The fella that did the 3-hour hit piece on me, saying that I I backed out of the agreement. I didn't back out of any agreement. I gave him a 7.5 hour lead time saying I did not want to do an interview. And for that, he spent 3 hours trying to destroy my reputation. That's nonsense. What that is a giant man in a child's body and mind that has no jurisdiction or justification to destroy my reputation simply because I didn't want to have a meetup. Maybe there are other reasons I'm not putting on the live stream why I didn't want to meet up, like the fact that he betrayed my trust right from the get-go, from a verbal agreement. And when you betray my trust, yes, hey, Flying Circus, yes. When you betray my trust, even just one time, I don't have anything to do with you. And it happened twice in less than 4 hours. So I canceled the live stream or the interview. And how would that have helped me? How would that have helped me? How would that have helped me? It would not have helped me at all. It would not benefit me in any way, shape, or form. The mindset was, let me interview you so that more people will like you on YouTube. You'll become a more likable person. First of all, I don't care. Second of all, I don't have to justify anything I've ever done, because everything you heard about in that hit piece against me was false. Never did I hear anything. I just listened to it a few days ago for the first time. Really very upsetting that somebody with supposedly such a high education and such a high self-esteem of himself and such a high position in life would have to spend 3 hours to destroy my reputation, which, if you go to the psychology books, if you go into the malignant narcissists and psychopaths, what they do is what they call triangulation, and they get this person over here to go against you over here so that they can be your friend. And when that doesn't work, when they can't destroy your reputation between them and a second party, when they can't destroy your reputation, then what they have to do is attack you directly and make them look like a more bigger, educated, more self-worth. They want to change you from the person that you appear to be on YouTube, normal, everyday blogger like myself, because I believe in the flat earth. The earth is flat. Because I know about satellites that don't exist in space, it's because I did the research. Because I did the thousands of pictures and pictographs on the dollar bills, because they're there. Has anybody ever challenged me? And we have that same clown that years ago said I didn't have permits for my hotel and then had a backpedal on that. So did he ever really apologize? No, not really. So you people out there that try to triangulate one person against the other so that they will be your friend, and it doesn't work out, then a psychopath and a narcissist, malignant narcissist psychopath will triangulate against you to destroy your core reputation. And that's what that 3-hour hit piece was about. And then involved in the 3-hour hit piece were threats that I will expose your secrets. Those are threats. That's what malignant narcissists do. They threaten to expose something they believe is one of your weaknesses. That's how they corral you into either aligning with them or not commenting on their commentary, which was to destroy my good reputation on YouTube. When has anybody ever caught me in a lie? You put it up on the board right now. Put it on the board. Put it on the board. Did I tell you anything that wasn't true? Did I have plans and permits? Did I bet $10,000 that I have plans and permits? Of course I did. Did anybody take my challenge? No. Because you're afraid to take any of my challenges because you know I've not lied. You know you can't destroy my reputation. Now, I have to get to the comments. My friend Ala was here. You are the man, Michael. Just dropping by to say hello, laughing my butt off for the pot. Yeah, man, the bucket. There are amateur radio, EME, Earth, Moon, Earth communications. If you could put up a link to that flying circus, that would be good. The ego. Yeah, that's right. Good friends often forgive transgressions of good friends. It's not common. We are all human. It is common. It is common. So, now, moving on, you're not, nobody here, not that clown Don from Thailand who keeps talking about Daisy May being pregnant or Fazio lives in a shack with a toilet in the kitchen. So what? You're talking, look at this pig, look at the big picture, Don. Okay, he has a beautiful house. I never saw his wife, but she's probably an attractive woman. He owns a car. He has a $800 Weber barbecue. Whoa, that's a big plus. He lives in a gated community in Thailand. And what does he do? He spends 6 or 7 hours a day, not unlike, precisely like several other bloggers that scour, prowl, P-R-O-W-L, prowl the internet and every comment on every show, on every video that has to do with the Philippine genre and the Thailand genre. He prowls the internet. He scours the internet for a comment that he can respond to. And he's a successful man? Monetarily, yes. But as far as education, probably so. But as far as maturity, not so much. Who in their... You name me a blogger that's in their correct state of consciousness that... We're not talking about reading the comments. We're talking about some worthless blogger like Steve, 25901. He has to have his name on every video in every comment section. Now name me another blogger that has to respond to some worthless blogger named Steve 25901's comments. And there you have Don. Don does that. Don has to respond. So where are their mindsets? They have nothing to, the bottom line is neither one of those two guys have anything to do with their little lives, their little existences on this flat plane we call Earth. Neither one of them have anything real to do anymore. They're both quasi-retired or retired, and they have nothing to do with their life. So what is it that they do? They come on to YouTube and make worthless comment after worthless comment after worthless comment that people read, and then the next day they might read them again, and a week later they might read them again, and then it goes into the YouTube round file. Where is that? If I told you what I've been doing for the last 2 weeks, I'm accomplishing things that need to get accomplished. I don't need to tell you what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. That's why I've been off YouTube doing stuff that I've been doing stuff for the last 2 months that none of you, except with the one exception, John Blaze, would have the ability to do what I've been doing. Maybe, I think. I'm pretty sure. But nobody else. None of you have the technical skills to do what I've been doing for the last few months. Or the intelligence to do what I've been doing. Do I post it on YouTube? I don't have to do that. But when you got a guy like Don, who, Daisy's pregnant. Have you heard that Daisy's pregnant? Daisy's pregnant. Daisy's pregnant. I didn't hear about that. I didn't hear about that. But if she is, and what's the point? I am not a jealous man. If Daisy somehow went out and got pregnant, I would just wish the best for her. I would not take it as an insult. I am not a jealous man, but you people have to try to cause disharmony. This is the point. You got that worthless blogger, Steve25901. You are a worthless human being, in my opinion, Steve. You have no accomplishments, no videos, nothing on the internet that would make anybody admire you or your lifestyle. No one knows where you live. No one knows what you do. No one knows if you have a hobby. Your hobby is saying stupid stuff on YouTube, and then you got a guy that is successful named Don that follows you around like a little puppy dog and comments on your worthless comments. How is that human? Human, as in, how is that a positive human characteristical trait? It's not. You people have such a low self-esteem of yourselves, including the guy who did the 3-hour hit piece on me. Do you think that now that's been up, apparently that's been up for 2 months? I just saw it the other day in its entirety, and I'm going, what is wrong with this guy? To not only do that, but to make himself look like a fool, because everybody that knows me and understands my integrity as a human being would know that it's not true. Let me explain it to you carefully so that this community understands. I was asked to do a live stream that somebody was going to help me become more acceptable on YouTube. And I kind of agreed to it. I did agree to it for the following day. Actually, I think it was 2 days later. But in the interim, from the time I agreed to it to the time that he was here and then left, we agreed that certain things that he became aware of in the privacy of my personal presence, that he would not make public. So we had a verbal agreement that was his idea. It was his idea. The words came out of his mouth saying, it's none of anybody's business what you have, what you're doing. And he left, and a few hours later, my business from his mouth, his big mouth, his big blabber mouth, was all over the internet on 2 different live streams, including Roberto's live stream. That was only hours after he and I had an agreement for him not to talk about my personal life. And he went and did it anyway. Then, and I can show you, you want to make a wager on this? I will show you the email that the day of the live stream, that he was going to make me somehow more accepted in the YouTube community, which I could care less about. The day of the interview, I woke up and watched a third of his Roberto interview on his page, and also his personal interview with his wife. And I said to myself, within 25 minutes, I said, no, I don't. What he wants to do is he wants to put me out there. He said he wanted to make me appear to be more human, more acceptable. But he exposed the things that we agreed only 24 hours before to keep private, he exposed those things in 2 different live streams. And then he cut the live stream, he cut those comments out of the live stream as to not, so that I wouldn't see them. But the truth is that I recorded the live stream and the comments from the beginning and then left the house. And I just watched it a few days ago. And I'm saying to myself, look at this crap that he's putting on the live stream and in the comments about me. None of it's true. So that day that I watched his betrayal of my trust, quote that, betrayal of my trust. For those of you, if he comes back on and says I'm lying, I'll show you the email. I'll show it to you. I have an email to him at 12:31 in the afternoon saying, you betrayed my trust. We had an agreement and you betrayed my trust. I don't want to meet up with you at 8 o'clock tonight. He went nuts. I hurt his feelings. I disrespected him somehow. I gave him a 6.5-hour lead time to come up with anything. And what did he come up with? A 3-hour hit piece to destroy my reputation. So when I listened to that the other day, I had some time. It's been raining here a lot. I said, what is wrong with this guy? He's acting like a child. And in his 3-hour hit piece, at least several, 8, 6, 9 times, he said, if I respond to this in any way, shape, or form, he's going to reveal secrets about me. What? Go ahead. Do it. And then we'll go tit for tat. I promise you that. And at the end of the day, you will wish that you didn't make that 3-hour hit piece against me. I guarantee that for sure. So go ahead and release all those so-called secrets about Michael Fazio, and we'll go tit for tat. And then we'll find out who comes out the lesser and the more of a man, because you, to do what you did to me for no reason whatsoever, you have flip-flopped for years on the issues. You have flip-flopped on your friendships with certain people. You have flip-flopped in ways that nobody else could even imagine except me, because I have a good memory. You have flip-flopped on shows with other people that lied about me. You knew they were lying. You went along with it to destroy my reputation so that I would not destroy your reputation. That's why you did that, knowing I could do that if I wanted to. So you go ahead and release all those pieces of information, secrets about me, and we'll go tit for tat. Okay? There's your challenge. And if you remember what you said when you were at my house, you said, when a bully confronts you, you take it back to him. That's what I'm doing today. Go ahead and release those secrets. Make stuff up if you want, because I don't have to make stuff up. I'll just tell the truth, and you know I'll do it. So don't threaten me to release my secrets. What I told you in the privacy of my own house, and what we agreed that you would not put on the internet, you put it out there only hours after we agreed that it wasn't anybody's business. You are the one that can't keep your word. You are the one that flip-flopped. You are the one that tried to discredit my persona as a human being. You did that. You did it to yourself, because most of the people, Scott, Allo, Dennis, all of my friends, Lewis, all of my friends that watched your hit piece had made mention of it over the last few months. Did you see what so-and-so said about you? I said, I watched some of it, but not all of it. Well, you should see. So when I watched it, I'm going, what is wrong with this guy? And you can tell, now this is he's always going like this. He's always doing that. He's got a twitch. He reminds me of the boss of Inspector Clouseau on the Pink Panther. Remember his boss? When the Pink Panther walked into the office, the boss started twitching. He's got a twitch like that. That's what he reminds me of, the inspector of the Pink Panther. I think he's on some sort of trip, ego trip. I think he's on some sort of ego trip that no one can disrespect him. And what is his goal in life? What is his goal? His goal is to be part of a community that no one likes him in. He has betrayed so many people's trusts and bonds. And here we are talking about this low-level blogger who tries to destroy my reputation, and yet I could put out information which I don't want to do. But he said, if you talk about anything about me in this live stream that I'm doing, I'm going to release all your secrets. Go ahead and do it. Make up any story you want, because I'll know whether it's true or not. But remember, we're going tit for tat, and you won't like that at all. Let me read the comments. All right, so Flying Circus. The face of, yeah, you'll know who it is when I'm going to make Allah wants me to do the face. Me and Allah, we laughed. Oh, God. We laughed for 45 minutes when I said that guy reminds me of the boss of Inspector Clouseau. He goes, remember when Inspector Clouseau walked into his boss's office, and his boss always got screwed. Somehow he got blown up. The cigarette lighter put him on fire. The boss was like, that's what that guy does. He has the same kind of twitch, and it's not quite as predominant, but it's the same. Yeah, and now, do I have a twitch? No, I don't have a twitch. There's a lot of people that are mentally unstable, that have twitches. They might need medication. Maybe the medication, maybe he takes medication, maybe he doesn't take medication. I don't know. All I know is that in real life, when he does that, I just said to myself, it looks like Inspector Clouseau's boss. I forgot his name. The boss of Inspector. Look. Picture that, and then go watch one of his videos. See, now, he threatened me. He literally threatened to expose my secrets. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Watch what I do. You were the one that said when a bully comes after you, to go back at him equally. Watch what I do. Just watch. Don't be afraid now. Go ahead and expose the few secrets, the few private moments that we had together. Go ahead and expose it. Go ahead, do it. And then watch what I do. You won't like it. I promise you, you won't like it. You did something that was so obscure, so obscene, so absurd, so off the chart, off the chain, stupid. You tried to destroy my reputation. How? How are you going to do that? How? Did I lie? No. Did I ever steal money from anybody? No. You and others have said Fazio won't be able to afford to stay in the Philippines. 5 years ago, you stupid people were saying that. Fazio can't afford to live in the Philippines. Fazio will be out of the Philippines in 6 months. Fazio can't afford to live here. I spend more money here than most of you. Most of you. Certainly more than that worthless blogger, Steve25901. That guy lives in I live in a shack. Yes. I live in a shack with a toilet in my living room. Yes. But we don't even know where Steve 25901 lives. We don't know what he drives around in as a car. I just tried to buy something that is probably... forget about what I just tried to buy. Couldn't buy it. But I just probably tried to buy something that cost more than most of you could possibly even... more than most men in the Philippines could afford. And I would have ordered it, but they won't give me a final price. They want to bring import fees, an untold amount of import fees. But that's besides the point. The point is, nobody, Fazio won't be able, Fazio can't afford, Fazio is broke. How am I broke? How am I broke? Why, because I wear an old shirt? Because I wear broken glasses? That makes me broke? You people are stone stupid. And to believe that guy, that he's going to destroy my reputation, go ahead. Go ahead, do that. Do it. You made it clear in your video you were going to do it. Do it. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. I'm telling you to go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it, and we'll go tit for tat. Go ahead. Go ahead, see what happens at the end of the day. You're a worthless blogger. You get 18 or 20 views. You used to make fun of Fazio not being a good blogger. He has 20,000 subscribers and I get 150 views. That's not for lack of content. That's because YouTube has me in a box. I am shadow banned. It doesn't matter what I put out. I am shadow banned by the establishment and YouTube because of my political beliefs, because of my political videos that are buried on my channel in private, because of my previous beliefs about cultures and races of people, more specifically Israel, how Israel controls the United States Congress and the Senate and the House majority, how Netanyahu got 27 standing ovations, more than any other person in the history of the Senate. 27 Obama didn't get that many. Trump didn't get that many. Biden didn't get... Nobody got more standing ovations than Netanyahu because Israel controls America via the Vatican, and Israel controls the Vatican. Therefore, I have been shadow banned because of my political beliefs that happen to be true. And also, I have made many videos about the Masons and how corrupt they are and how corrupt the Vatican is. They don't want that. They want people to put up videos about puppy dogs and little cats and fish in a goldfish bowl. You get some worthless YouTube blogger that puts a video about cats on and they get 3 million views. I put out videos with real content. And what do I get? Mr. Pickles, perfect example. Everybody eats pickles, New York City, Brooklyn pickles, Brooklyn Jewish deli pickles, garlic pickles in Brooklyn, how to make pickles, where to buy pickles. Mr. Pickles, the biggest pickle manufacturer in the world. In the world. It's the biggest pickle company in New York City. It's the biggest Jewish-owned pickle company in New York. How many views? 150 views. Why? Because I'm shadow banned. Simple as that. That video should have got millions of views. My original videos got millions of views. So you're not going to bury my channel because I don't get views. I don't get views because I've told the truth about everything. The earth is flat. There are no such things as satellites in a Clark orbit. No one ever landed on the moon. Ever. Nobody landed on the moon in an Apollo spaceship, a lunar module. Nonsense. I'm going to take out my high pressure blower one day and show you what a half horsepower Hitachi blower does to a pile of dirt. And then you're going to look at the Apollo lunar landing. I'll do that as a separate video. That had 10,000 pound rocket that landed on the moon and didn't make any dust. Let me tell you something. You could take my half horse Hitachi blower and put it in a 5-gallon bucket of sand and put it down into the dry sand, you'll have sand everywhere. In 30 seconds, a quarter of the bucket will disappear. In 2 minutes, all the sand will be out of the bucket. And that's a half horsepower motor. You people are stone stupid to believe we landed on the moon. You people are stone stupid to believe some guy with an ego this big talking bad about Michael Fazio as if anything he said could be proven to be true. What is he going to prove to be true? What? Go ahead. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. And then watch what I do. See, because we both have secrets, don't we? And just rest assured, we'll go tit for tat on our secrets. You won't like it. Not only that, but your secret is you have revealed most of your secrets indirectly on different live streams with your verbiage, because you can't even keep a secret. But I won't say what those secrets were. But moving past that, let's go DNC. I have a big thank you to DNC for introducing me to Aloe. Aloe loves the bucket. Aloe is everywhere. And he's everywhere because DNC said to me, J. Dow, I'll get to your comment in a minute. J. Dow, I gotta make a note. J. Dow writes 2,000 and 3,000 word comments. All intelligent. Perfect penmanship, perfect spelling, perfect English, perfect paragraph structure, perfect sentence structure, perfect punctuation. But why does he make, I think I saw a 4,000 word comment on a page the other day. 4,000 words, not 4,000 characters. I'll tell you how GPS works, because I am, in fact, of course, have my pilot training, and I've done this study. You have, see, you, for as smart as you are, for as intelligent that you write these 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 paragraph, you write a thesis to a comment on some worthless channel, and you don't know how GPS works? Pretty amazing. I gotta tell you. You should do more research. Less writing, more research. Check out the face. Like this. This is what the guy does. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but why does he do that? Nerve damage. Now, am I making fun of him? Yeah, man, I'm making fun of him, because he just did a 3-hour hit piece on me 2 months ago and then left it up. I would have thought when I went back to his page it would be gone. I had to go through my files to find that. And my files are in an outside drive, so I had to open up a drive and then look for that file. And then I looked at the file with all the comments, and I'm going, he left. What he did, though, is he took out his negative comments from the comment section. But I have the comments because I recorded the page and the comments. And I'm saying to myself, what a disgusting, despicable human being to try to destroy me. Why? Why do you want to destroy me? What did I do to you? What can I do to you is a different thing. What did I do to you directly? I disrespected you? No, I did not. I gave you a 6.5 hour lead time that I didn't want to go on your show. And in the email, I put down, I don't want to go on your show because you betrayed my trust after we had an agreement. Why would I want you to interview me about my past in New York City when everybody tries to use every innuendo of my life against me? You want me to tell you about my life? You wouldn't believe if I told you about my life. Okay? The things I've done, the places that I've been, the people that I've met, the places that I had dinner, the people I had dinner with. You wouldn't believe it. So what would be the point? Could I prove it? Yeah, I could prove it. Would I prove it? Wouldn't even bother trying. You're not that important to me. Allo believes me. Scott believes me. Lewis believes me. My friends believe me because I've given them background. But you people on YouTube, I wouldn't dare give you background. I could do a video of how the DEA is corrupt in New York City and prove it. With a major, 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 major drug and cash bust that happened in June of 1987. I could give you detail for detail. You could look it up online and show you how the DEA was corrupt. But how would that benefit me? It would not benefit me at all. But I could tell you a story about a guy who got pinched with enough drugs and cash to go to jail for 20 years, and he only went to jail for a few months. A year and a day. Just enough to take away your voting privileges. Why? Well, that's a story for another day. Maybe I'll tell you that story. And that story you can look up because it's legal. It's public knowledge. But other people have looked it up. I could tell you that two of my friends fly huge $100 million airplanes. And another one of my friends flies a $60 million airplane. And those people believe the earth is flat. Unequivocally, the earth is flat, but you wouldn't believe it. They don't want their name mentioned. I won't mention their name. See, I'm not like that clown that made the hit piece on me, trying to destroy my reputation. Can't do that. You've not caught me in a lie. You've not ever going to be able to catch me in a lie, and you're never going to be able to prove anything that I've said that's important is a lie. Do I have plans? Yes. When all of those worthless bloggers, and you are all worthless if you doubted that I have plans and permits to build a hotel. How many hundreds of people have said, show me the plans? You know what I got to say to you for that? I don't have to show you the plans. 10,000 US dollars. I put the plans and the permits on the table at the permit office. If they're valid legal plans and permits, you give me $10,000. If they're not, I give you $10,000. That's all I have to do. For 2.5 years, you morons have said I don't pay taxes. Because I went into the tax office, but you never saw me give them money. Every 3 months, I go into the tax office and spend an hour and a half or 2 hours in the tax office. He doesn't pay taxes. He just goes into the tax office with a piece of paper and stands there and then walks out. So the last time, I went in and handed her money. Now, another lie about people paying taxes is that I hear that you've had to pay taxes for 7 or 8 years. That's a lie. It's an outright lie. It's an outright fraudulent lie, a bold-faced lie. The people that are paying taxes now, like myself, the day the tax was due 2.5 years ago was the day I started paying taxes. Before that, there was no tax in the Philippines. So you people that are lying that a certain blogger hasn't paid taxes in 7 years, that's a lie. The tax code only came into existence 2.5 years ago. But that's the kind of crap that you people listen to. Lies coming from somebody that's a known liar. And you people think that this is okay. You follow through with Fazio doesn't pay taxes because you don't see me put the tax money on the table. Why don't you wager me big money, whatever you got, whatever it is that you got, that my taxes have been paid on time for 2.5 years, and I'll show you the records. Why don't you wager me big money? Wager it to me. No, because you know you're going to lose, but you still run that nonsense that I don't pay tax. Why? Because you didn't see me put money on the counter? is all of a sudden you own me? You don't own me. You don't own what I do. You don't control me. You don't say, well, I want to see your tax ID number. No, you don't get to see that. Unless I want you to see it. You don't control me. You can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. You can't say to me, I want to see your tax number. Otherwise, I'm going to report you to the Bureau of Tax, BIR, Bureau of Internal Revenue. Go ahead. Didn't I say that years ago? Go ahead and report me. Take the time. Go flag my channel. Go find out whether or not I pay taxes. Not going to change anything. All my taxes are on time and up to date. You people don't dictate to me who I'm going to be friends with, who I'm going to talk to, who I'm going to have on my show. You don't do that. Just like that clown that's going to expose my secrets. I told him one or two things his words came out of his mouth. You don't have to tell the people that kind of information. I said, well, we're going to keep that between us. Yes. He said yes. And then he didn't keep it between us. He blabbermouthed it all over the internet like a woman, like a washwoman. Blabbermouth. You got a big mouth, dude. You're a big guy. You got a big mouth. And you shouldn't have left that hit piece up 3 months, 2 months, whatever it is now, and you leave it up. Why? Is that some kind of trophy? You make yourself look like an idiot that you are. You make yourself look like a worthless human being that you are. Nobody believes that knows me. Did it make you feel good to do all that? 3 hours? I listened to 3 hours of that garbage of your worthless rhetoric that you couldn't prove a word of. Because I don't want to tell you my past in New York City. That's what you said. We're gonna talk about why Fazio came to the Philippines and what he did in his lifetime. You want to know why I came to the Philippines? It's not complicated. All of you creepy little bloggers out there, you go to the Philippines because you want to meet young girls, which is cool. But that's not why I moved to the Philippines. When I lived in Florida, I lived in $1 million house on a deep water canal. I had 2 boats and a rowboat, and I went swimming and diving almost every day when the weather was warm. The Philippines is the only place in the world that allows that to happen with reefs, and there's a reef 500 feet from where I'm sitting. I moved here to go swimming and diving. I can't do that now because of an injury, but that's why I moved to the Philippines. But that's why I moved I didn't move here for women, although I met a couple of women since I've been here, and that's another thing. I don't put that crap up on YouTube. If I dated a woman, I don't carry my camera around and say, look, this is the woman. I did. If I was dating somebody for any length of time, I put her in a video swimming, walking, jogging, exercising, cooking. But I don't put every woman that I meet on a video because that's not my life. That's not what I'm about. Could I meet women? Of course I can meet women. Anytime you want, you could meet a woman here. It's not that complicated. But do I put them on YouTube? The answer is no. I'm not going to embarrass them, myself, or my friends by having you people believe something in your fictitious imaginations of what the truth is. You people are dumber than rocks to believe these people and the crap they say about me. DNC, what the hell is happening? Aloe is everywhere. Check out the face. Is this the face? Is that the face? I had Aloe and I were live chatting on Facebook. 45 minutes. with that face. We were laughing about that guy. He reminds me of a fish with a twitch. Yeah, dude. Why do you do that? Why don't you tell us why you got that twitch? Why don't you tell us what if you're taking medication to fix that twitch without Oh, another thing. You want to hear the biggest lie of all? Big lie. I'm standing next to the guy. I'm standing next to him. I weigh right now 265, thereabouts. At the time I was standing next to the guy, and you'll see it in the videos, I weighed 278. And I said to him, God, if I weigh almost 280 pounds, you got to weigh at least 400. You know what that man did? He looked me straight in the eye. This is what liars do. This is what professional liars do. He looked me straight in the eye. He goes, no, nowhere near that. I said, well, how much do you weigh? He says, about 300. And I said, you're full of Bakakwin. But that's nonsense. I weigh 280. He's a foot taller than me, 7 inches wider. His chest is bigger. His belly's bigger. His legs are bigger. His arms are bigger. He got to go 400, but he lied to me right to my face. I should have known right then and there to dismiss him, literally dismiss him, go away. Just go away. Because he lied about how much he weighed. If I weigh 280 in that video, if it's still up, if I weigh 280, he says he weighs only 300. Why? For what reason would you lie about your weight? Because he's a liar. And he makes Inspector Clouseau's boss look like a mermaid. I don't know where that came from. Good morning, Michael. Okay, when Fazio does the facial twitch, LOL, he could start a trend, go viral. You know Richie Buong. Hey, Richie, this one's for you. Ready? Richie Buong. A clip for Richie Buong. A Richie Buong clip. Let me get the home. Who am I? Who am I, Richie? Who am I, Richie? Come on, Richie, that was a clip for you. DNC. Oh, he hit the nail on the head. Michael is on fire today, says Alan. DNC says, Fazio lives cheaply. I know he got money. Here, this is today's order. You want to see what today's order is? I don't know that I should show it to you. I'm not sure. Okay, so, nah. Now, somebody throw $50 on the screen and I'll show you today's order and the response I got from the company that sells it. Put $50 in Super Chat on that, and I'll give you I'll show you today's order. What I tried to buy today, and I got a response back from Alibaba. It wasn't the response I wanted. I asked them 7 questions regarding my order. They answered 2 of those 7 questions. Now I have to go back with them again. The same thing like the rebar bender. But it may happen. It may happen. I'm not sure. But that I live the way I live, I have lived better than any of you people. All of you combined. Don, who lives in a beautiful house. My house in Florida that I lived in for 14 years was 10 times the house. Because I had a heavy equipment company surrounding the house, the view was 1,000 times Don's view. The area, the neighborhood was 5 times the value of anything that could be in Thailand in a gated community. I had a deep water canal. I had a $100,000 boat in the backyard. I had a $30,000 boat in the backyard. I had a $70,000 car in the driveway. I had a truck. I had a $185,000 backhoe in the backyard. I had $100,000 worth of trailers and bobcats and attachments in the backyard. I have lived better than all of you people combined. So that I live in a shack now, this is temporary. And even if it was permanent, I'm okay with that. I've already lived in million-dollar houses on deep water canals with race cars, ocean races, and big pieces of new heavy equipment in the backyard. None of you can say that. I worked 108 to 115 days a year, and I made over $150,000 a year. Now, my mortgage was $9,000 a month for all my toys and insurances. That left me plenty of money to do whatever I wanted to do with. I have lived a better life than all of you people combined. I don't have to justify living in a shack now. I'm okay with the shack. Shack life is good. I don't have to go out and fix a hose bib or a broken water pipe, or trim 62 trees that were on my property. I don't need 17 garbage pails to put out the palm fronds and tree debris once a month. I don't have to spend 5 hours a month doing maintenance in my yard. I live in a shack. I don't care about any maintenance. It doesn't matter to me. I am a shack type of guy. I discovered that after living like a king in a king's mansion on the water in Ocean Estates in Key Largo, 31 North Channel Drive, I have discovered that shack life is my life. I like living simple. I already had 30 hours of maintenance a month on the property. I already had maintaining 64 pneumatic tires on my property. I already had maintaining 12 gasoline and diesel engines. I already had maintaining 10 hydraulic systems. I already had that life. Now I wake up, I have a cup of coffee, I have some foods, I go take a walk on the beach, I go do something else, I go to the city, I do something else again, and I don't care about having all of that maintenance. One day I'm going to have it again. Unfortunately, I'm going to do that to myself once again. But I don't owe you people a video of every woman I date. I don't have to back up anything I say. Everything I say is truthful. Wager me some big money. Put $50. Put $50 up on Super Chat. Put $50. I'll show you what I'm buying, how much it costs, and the response I got from China yesterday. I'll put it up there. I don't care, but you're going to pay for it. You want information from me? I want money from you. I have so had it with you people. Just show us. I don't have to show you anything. You have to prove me wrong. And when the thing appears, then you'll know that I was telling you the truth. Or when you put $50 on the Super Chat, you'll know I'm trying to order this thing. I'm running into roadblock after roadblock because I'm dealing with China, with all women that don't speak English. They're using voice translators. They get a lot of stuff wrong. I've had to ask them the same 7 questions in 3 different emails, and I only got a response to 2 of the 7 questions because the monetary costs they can't give me because they don't know what the import fees to the Philippines would be. Even though they're the biggest manufacturer in the world of a particular item, they don't have a chart how much the import fees would be. So they want to send me something, deliver it to Manila, not to Cebu. I have to go to a customs house, get a customs broker, and then pay whatever they want. No, I'm not going to do that. We did that with the rebar bender. We went through that with the rebar bender. Not doing it again. So if I don't see $50 in Super Chat on my channel, then you don't get to see my inquiries and the responses to my inquiries. It's not complicated. Now, let's go over to here. I got to get back here. All right. Fazio lives cheaply, so I know he's got money. J-Doll. J-Doll, you should be smarter than this, dude. J-Doll, you know what, J-Doll? You know, you have a way about you. You are so smart, and yet you are so stupid. And I mean that sincerely. You will go on for 8 or 10 paragraphs, 3,000 or 4,000 words, with a theory, a concept, or facts, and you can't look up how GPS satellites work? Really? Are you serious? You people, this is what I mean. You people are dumber than rocks. I'm not kidding. You people are seriously dumber than rocks. So I'll answer J-Doll's question. There are no such thing as orbiting satellites in what is called a Clark orbit. C-L-A-R-C-K orbit, from Arthur C. Clarke, was the visionary who envisioned satellites orbiting the Earth at a certain distance from the Earth. That is what is called a Clark orbit. There are no satellites in a Clark orbit. There are no satellites in space. GPS works underwater communications cables. We'll go back to my show. Underwater telecommunications cables have been being put underwater since the year 1854, when Ireland put a cable across to another country, and it was strictly for Morse code. Like that, strictly Morse code. And the cable lasted a few months, and then the cable started to get what is called resistance in the cable, and they started to add more current on the end that was sending the Morse code, until they burnt up the cable in 1857. In 1857, they started experimenting with new ways to make a cable. In 1865, they developed a new cable that would last for several years for Morse code. So undersea cables have been installed since the year 1854. That's almost 200 years ago. The answer to J-Dow's question is, telecommunications go from this cable here to Europe. GPS only works on towers, and the towers are fed from underground or overground cables to a transmitter. So the cable comes from the ocean to the tower into the broadcasting unit. And I know because I worked on these for the United States Air Force. I put the cables in at the Boca Chica Naval Air Station for the towers. So I know how they work from there, and I know how they work from research. So the cable comes under the ground, it goes to a tower, and then the tower transmits GPS. That's why you see these white satellite dishes on everybody's building now, because that's 5G. They needed those to transmit 5G, because 5G has a frequency that doesn't go very far. So those white vertical columns that look like, like a white pad on the top of a roof, those are called repeaters. R-E-P-E-A-T-E-R-S, repeaters. So those repeaters take a signal and they send it to the next repeater. It's all instantaneously at the speed of light, but nothing goes to the satellite. Now, is there something called the satellite phone? Yes. Satellite phones work completely different. So you have a satellite on your roof, digressing. You have a satellite on your roof. Where's it facing? 45-degree angle over there, 45-degree angle over here, 45-degree angle over here. It's facing the nearest cell phone tower. It's not facing, if it was a satellite, it would be facing straight up in the sky. But you people are so stupid, you don't know this. How could you not know this? GPS does not work in the middle of the ocean. GPS goes from a satellite phone to a low Earth orbit balloon at about 68,000 feet. It's a low Earth orbiting balloon satellite. It's a satellite. Look up, J. Dow, the genius that you are, look up the word satellite. What does it mean? It means something separate from the mothership or something separate from the craft. Satellite is anything. Satellite phone is separate from the receiver and the transmitter. You have a balloon like a Goodyear blimp with propellers and fuel and computer systems that stay up over the middle of the ocean. And those are made so that the United States Armed Services and ships have telecommunications with the shore. But there are no satellites in space, which was the original title. It's all done with low Earth orbit balloons. And they come down at Boca Chica Naval Air Station. They are taken down every so often and refueled. The batteries are checked and changed if necessary. The systems are, they upload new data and they upload new apps. I watched them do it when I worked on Boca Chica Naval Air Force Station. I was the only contractor on Boca Chica Naval Air Force Station that was allowed in the building that housed the computers for the United States Navy and Air Force and Marine flight operations. I was the only contractor allowed in the building. Not because I did work in there, but I played chess with the guy who ran the building. Him and I used to play chess when I wasn't working. We'd go in, we'd have a chessboard on the table, and we'd play chess. I was the only person allowed in the room. And then he explained to me all about satellites and the balloon and how they reprogram it. He was the main computer programmer for South Florida. If there was a problem, he got paid some stupid amount of money to sit in a chair and wait for them. When we're talking about a computer room, we're talking about a building 150 by 150, 14 feet high, with metal racks, with computer modules and transformers and resistors and transponders and cables from the floor up to about the 7-foot height, both sides, millions and millions and millions of feet of cable, all processed through a main computer that he had on his table, and all flights, all of the flights from Miami International Airport, from Cuba, from the Boca Chica Naval Air Force Station, from the Air Force Station that's about 10 miles away from Boca Chica Naval Air Force Station, from Homestead Air Force Base, all flights showed up on his screen if he wanted to punch it up on his screen. But satellite phones operate from the ship to a low Earth orbit balloon, 65 to 68,000 feet. No satellites in space. Space does not exist. Get this through your head. There aren't 10,000 satellites up in space. That's another thing, that clown that did the hit piece on me. He believes we went to the moon. We didn't go to the moon either. I'll do another show on the lunar module. It's a bunch of tinfoil. Look it up. Google it for yourself, Jay Dow. I don't work for you. You don't put money in my super chat, and I don't work for you. Look it up. Ask how it works, and you'll get some ridiculous answer, or you'll get the truth. I'm not your researcher. I have my own show. You want to do a show? You do a show. I'll subscribe to your channel. Look it up. I don't work for you, dude. I like some of your comments, but I don't even read more than the first paragraph. Okay, let's take... I'll read the question when I get down to it, but I don't work for you, dude. This is not your show. I have other things that I want to talk about. Rappy Tutu, you can go to somebody else's channel and not come back. I don't care about you. I'd prefer that you don't comment on my page. Alibaba, the 7 questions. I'll read you the 7 questions. Flying Circus. I don't hang with people who say welcome to the fold or my harem. I'm far too independent. I don't follow a BMOC. I don't know what that means, but it sounded very, very professional. A shack with $1 million view. Right now, we're getting rain again. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you clowns. Otherwise, I have stuff that's a little bit more important to do. We have, once again, it is raining so hard that I couldn't see the boats before. See that rain? It's been raining like that since Christmas. Big man on the campus. Okay. It's been raining like that since 5 o'clock this morning. Every day. At night, 2 inches of rain. Yesterday's 2 days ago at night, 2 inches of rain at night. Almost every night, a ½ inch to 1.5 inches. They are destroying people's ability to earn a living here. DNC. Shack with $1 million view. That's right. Now that's something that none of you have. None of you have a view. Where is there a view from a forest, of an ocean, of life? Looking at the same trees or grass or every day. I look at ships. At night, I hear the ships go by when it's not raining. You can hear the drone of the diesel engines of the cargo freighters. And when I sit on the beach, you can see the smoke coming out of them. I see the ferries going back and forth every 45 minutes. I see people going down to the beach swimming and frolicking around in bathing suits, and children going down to play catch on the beach. You people live in a house with a view of a street or a tree line. I live in with a beautiful view. It's worth it to me to live in a shack with a beautiful view before I'd want to live in any of the places that I've ever seen. I don't care if you have a mansion. I wouldn't live in a mansion if it didn't have a view of the ocean. I've lived on the ocean, across the street from a deep water canal, or on a beach for 48 years of my 67 years on Earth. I lived on a canal, a deep water canal, an ocean, or a beach for 48 years. And when I didn't live on the canal, beach, or ocean, I lived across the street from it. None of you can say that. And that is worth $1 million, as Mike Dowdy said. The Love Shack. Okay, so James Marshall Hendricks. By the way, if you don't know who that is, that's Warren. That's dead Warren. That's definitely dead Warren. That name's been around on Warren's page since 5 years ago. So Warren is in the chat. Big man on campus. A BMOC. He's not a big man on the campus. After he did that hit piece on me, he looks like an idiot. Because he has money? Because he has money? He's a big man on campus? He made himself look like an idiot. And he's a liar. He lied to me right straight to my face. First of all, could I tell you stories about what I grew up with and how I grew up in New York City? Yeah, I could tell you stories. But you got so many trolls on YouTube, they won't believe it. Oh yeah, Fazio did this and Fazio. Yeah, I did that. Did any of you ever own a barge? No. Did you ever own a tugboat? No. Did you ever own a crane? No. Did you ever own a pot? No, you never owned any of that stuff. You guys are regular 9 to 5 guys. Did you ever hang with people they made movies about? No. You never did that. Could I prove it? Yes. But why would I? Why would I care whether you believe me or not? I'll tell you stories that will be able to be verified by police with absolute certainty. But I won't do that. And oh, that's another thing, you morons out there. One specifically. You get involved in a legal dispute, and then you publicize your points of view day after day after day after day after day. Who's going to do this? Did you ever listen to your lawyer tell you, don't talk about your case in public? Do you hear me talking about my case in public? No, you don't. My lawyer said, don't talk about my case in public and don't give out any personal information that could be used against you, possibly in a court system down the road. And yet you people go on YouTube, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and this is going to happen and that's going to happen and this is going to be... And when it doesn't happen, you got to have somebody like Aloe correct your mistakes by saying, oh, chill out. Wait for it to happen and then talk about it. And some of you got the hint. Some of you understood that that's the right thing to do. There'll be plenty of time to talk about your case or cases later on. There'll be plenty of time to discuss what happened, what you think should have happened, what should have happened, what's going to happen. There'll be plenty of time for that later on. But talking about it on a YouTube channel on a daily basis just makes you look foolish. So I don't talk about that. I could talk about that, but what point? I'm not in control of the Philippines judicial system. I don't control it, so I can't make a decision as to what's gonna or might happen. But you people out there, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, this is... You don't know that. You don't know that. Why would you put yourself out on a limb saying this is gonna happen and that's not gonna happen? You don't know that. You don't know what the opposing parties have in your cases, and you don't know what's going to be acceptable in a real court of law. And yet you make all these assertions that this is going to happen, but it's all nonsense, man. You guys need to clam up, like when you get arrested, and the first thing you do when you get arrested is you go ask the guard for a piece of duct tape and you put it over your mouth until the lawyer comes into the room. You don't talk to the police about baseball. You don't talk to the police about football. You don't tell the police what you had for breakfast. You clam up. But not you guys. You got to disperse every piece of information and every thought process. You guys wouldn't fare well in the system. I have a view of a cow's field in a pine forest. Well, that's nice. A field is nice. You have a big field to watch. That's pretty cool. Nature. And if you like the mountains, then that's a beautiful view, DNC. But for you. But most people wouldn't even want to look at the ocean. To them, the ocean is boring. I lived in Michigan. We had an alfalfa field right outside my buddy's house, Paul's house. I don't know how many acres it was. And every morning we woke up and it'd be 50, 100, 150, 200 deer eating the alfalfa. And that's what the alfalfa was grown for, to feed the deer. So that when hunting season came, they would come and you wouldn't have to leave your porch to shoot the deer. That's why they put the alfalfa there. And they had salt licks and stuff like that. But where I lived in Michigan, in Traverse City, that's the way it was there. But that was a beautiful thing. But it's the mountains. And it went down to 30 degrees below zero, and we had 119 inches of snow on average each year. I didn't like that. So I don't live there. Did buy property there, and then I sold it, but I didn't like it there. Okay, nobody put $50 up on the board, so nobody's going to see my videos, my chat between the Chinese salesperson and myself. Scott is here. Welcome, Scott. He can tell great stories about that. I can tell you stories that you could have I mean, if you have the right clearance, you could verify the stories. Without the right clearance, you cannot. I don't even know that Scott has the kind of clearance for the stuff I could tell you about. But he's not a police officer anymore, so he doesn't have that clearance that he used to have. And I never asked him any questions years ago, so I don't know what his clearance would allow. I don't know that his clearance at the time when he was a police officer would allow clearance into the DEA or the NSA or the FBI. I have no idea how that government clearance works. All I know is that I have friends that have government clearance that have confirmed my stories. That's what I do know. So, but Scott, at one point, he could have possibly confirmed the stories. Now, even the fact, $50. Hey, Carl Vella, the man who took me on vacation in the Florida Keys. Carl. Carl. I remember the last time we spoke. Carl Vella, he took me on vacation to the Florida Keys for 7 days. He paid for everything. And then he ruined it at the end of the vacation at the airport. He said, "Here." And he handed me an envelope full of cash. And he embarrassed the hell out of me. I got on the plane, I opened up that envelope, and I was flabbergasted. So Carl has been a friend of mine since we were about 10 years old. I'm going to show the email now. Carl has been a friend of mine since we were about 10 years old. We lived, the houses in New York are set on plots of land. We lived catty corner, from the corner of my property in the backyard touch the corner of his property. And we would jump over just one fence, just the fence from my house to his house. And then next door was Leanne Rickenbacker, who we both loved. And we were both madly in love with her since an early childhood days. And we both vied for her attention. And we both dated her as children. And then we both fell in love. And we were both heartbroken when she moved to Maine. So, and I could tell you story after story about Carl Vella and myself. Stories that are true. And stories that would have you in tears if you... I can tell you a story. We were in somebody's house one night, Eddie's house, and there was a lathe. And Carl called the lathe, I don't know why, Haynes, Hanes, Haines, Haynes lathe. Because Eddie was knurling round stock and making metal pipes out of aluminum and brass pipes on the lathe. And we were, shall we say, mildly intoxicated, to say the least. So there was a door, and in that room, this is a Carl Vella story, and then I'll show you what I have listed to purchase. There's a room. It was a garage, and Eddie was in the garage working the lathe that him and I acquired a few years before from Hummel's Marine Service. They had closed the business down to tear down the building, and we went in and took the lathe out off the property. It would have just went into scrap metal, so we got that. So we're in this garage, and Eddie had a little section, workbench in the back and a lathe over to the left when you walk to the back of the garage. But all the rest of the garage was women's clothing and pocketbooks, dresses, skirts, shirts. Eddie's mom worked for the garment district, and she leather jackets, cotton blouses, whatever was in season, she would buy swag stuff from, and real stuff, but she would go into the garment district, and the garage was full of stuff. There was a path. You could fall over off the path onto 5 feet high of clothes. So she knew where everything was. So Carl, I had to go to the bathroom, and there was a door, a metal door on a spring, and I walked out of the door. I knew I've been in Eddie's house since I was 7 years old, so I know we were about 16 at the time. And I knew where the bathroom was. You walk out the door, you make a right, and then you walk about 22 feet, and you make a left, and you walk into the bathroom. And on one of the walls was a light switch to that room. But when I walked out of the door closed behind me automatically, and there was no light. And I couldn't find the light switch. I got lost. I was crawling around on the floor. I didn't know what wall I was grabbing for the light switch, and I got lost. And finally, after like, I don't know how long, I finally find the bathroom. It was just by pure accident. I was crawling around outside for a long time. So I get into the bathroom and I turn the light switch on. And Eddie and Matthew were talking about in the room when we were playing with the lathe, that if you stare into the mirror long enough, you can make yourself disappear. So I don't know how long I was staring into the mirror, and I was trying to make myself disappear, where you could see through your body. So in other words, if you stare at the mirror long enough, you can dissolve your body and see through your body. And I was sitting there for an unknown amount of time, staring at the mirror, trying to make myself disappear. And then Carl came into the bathroom. And then he asked me what I was doing. And I told him I was trying to make myself disappear, because we were talking about that when Eddie was making the pipes on the lathe. So that now the two of us are standing there staring at the mirror, trying to make ourselves disappear, talking to each other. Do you still see yourself? And Carl is, and I guess we did, because I never did make myself disappear, but we did that for a really long time. But now you got to remember, it's dark outside the bathroom. The bathroom is lit up, but we can't see down the hallway where the garage is. And apparently Eddie's mother, Colette, was watching us stare at the mirror for I don't know how long time. And she goes, and out of nowhere you hear, "What are you doing?" And we were laughing the whole time, trying to make ourselves disappear. "What are you doing? I know you did." She didn't know what we were doing with the mirror, but she wanted to know what kind of substances we were on. "I know you did something. I think you're smoking the marijuana," she said. We were laughing so hard, we couldn't stop laughing. "What are you doing? What are you on? I know." And then she said, this is what she said, "I know you're smoking some kind of odorless marijuana." And we started laughing. I mean laughing. Like, we were still in the bathroom, but we were hysterical. "Get out of my house! Get out now!" So now we had to go outside into the dark, which wasn't so dark anymore because the bathroom light was on. And then we had to go to the garage, and we had our jackets in the garage. It was winter. And she threw us out. She said, "You and him," me and Carl, "you got to leave." And she let Tommy and Matthew stay to watch Eddie make stuff on the lathe. And we were monkeyed up, man. We were pliable, let's put it like that. So now we're out in the street, and it's freaking cold, really cold. And we don't know what to do. So now we decide to take a walk. Now, we walked a mile to Bristol Avenue. Bristol Avenue. It's in Ozone Park, Rego Park, or Bristol Avenue. And it's on the bus route of Q11. And I looked up at the sign, and Carl and I, it was cold. It was really cold. And I looked up at the sign. I said, "Look at that sign. It's bent." Because I used to go by that sign every day on the bus, and I knew the sign was bent. And Carl looks up at the sign. He gets under the sign. He goes, "No, Mike, your mind is bent." "No, Carl, the sign is bent." And we stood there for 45 minutes contemplating whether or not the sign was bent or not. Now, I knew it was bent, but he thought my mind was bent. So eventually we came to the decision that we'd have to come back when we weren't monkeyed up. So now we walk an entire mile, another mile up South Conduit Avenue to the hotel, to the diner. There's a diner in the movie Goodfellas, and that diner is right on Conduit Boulevard, up on Conduit Boulevard. I forgot the street. And that's that diner that's in the movie Goodfellas, where they're sitting in there. We walked into that diner because that was between East New York and Howard Beach. And we're sitting there. We had money, And I think I ordered a hamburger and French fries. I don't think Carl ordered anything. And there were these three black guys. And now we're in a booth. This is a true story. Carl will verify this. And we're in a booth, and these three black guys, they were, I think they were pimps. I mean, they had purple, really nice purple leather jackets and really nice leather hats. They had money. Whatever they were doing, they had money. And they were just sitting down to have something to eat. And Carl kept staring at them, and I'm looking at them, and they're looking at us. They're not in a negative way or anything like that. We were just sitting right, one table away from each other. And Carl looks over at the black guy with the purple leather jacket, and he goes and he moves over and sits down next to the guy, the black guy's, and he takes the black guy's hand, and he starts going like this. And he's going, "Look, Mike, he has no skin on his bones." And I'm looking at him, I'm going, "Oh, man, don't do that. Don't do that." And he's going, no, look, he has no skin." And the black guy is just looking at him. He's just looking at him, just like, all three of them were looking at him. I'm looking at him going, don't do that, Carl. Don't do. "Yeah, look, Mike, he has no skin on his bones. It's just bones, Mike." Really calm, like, as a matter of fact. So I told the black guy what was going on, and they laughed. And they were not angry at all. And Carl, I kind of grabbed them, around the shoulder. I said, "Come on back over here, Carl. Come on, have some French fries." And he picked up a French fries. He goes, "Mike, these look like worms." I'm not going to eat worms. I'm going, "Okay, don't eat, but leave those men alone." Now, they were not upset at all. They just, because once I told them what was going on, they were cool. They were laughing. "Carl, is that true?" Of course it's true. So now I'm going to show you what I was going to buy. Okay, so let's go back over here. What I'm trying to buy. Okay, let's go here. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get the mail up on the screen. I don't need to give you all the people that I'm talking to on here. I have to go to my... Okay, so... Okay, I can do that. Okay, so here is February 9th, and today's the 11th, and then February 10th. Okay, so here is, on February 9th, they sent me a notification. This whole system that they have is very complicated, more complicated than it needs to be. So what I'm trying to buy is this tricycle here. And this is the tricycle right here. I'll show you the tricycle. It's called a Chariot. Okay, it's opening up. It's opening up. Okay, so this is the Chariot. There's the woman's name again up on top, Mimi. And then this is the tricycle. Oh, let's go here. This one here, it's got dual rear wheels, a 300cc motor, and a dump. Okay, give me a moment. I want to get some more water. I'll be back in a moment. So this is what I've been trying to buy for a week. It took 4 days to get a response. Hold on a minute. I need something to drink. So that tricycle has the capacity to hold, actually it will hold 4,000 pounds, 2,000 kilos. It will hold 4,000 pounds, street legal, has blinkers, forward, reverse, and a double piston dump body. Now, I've been trying to buy one of these for 5 weeks, but only 4 days ago did I get the first response back from anybody after a month. I kept sending out notices that I want to buy this machine or that machine. There's 3 companies that make the machine. 3 companies make the machine, and I want to buy one of those machines. And no one seems to be able to answer a simple email. I don't know why. The cost is relatively inexpensive, actually. The cost is $1,700. But now this one says $1,330 for that's for a single wheel. The one I want is dual. So when you scroll down, this is what I mean. The website is hard to answer to because the $1,330 is 1 unit, no shipping, no freight. The freight is not included. The shipping is not included. But that's for a single wheel. It's tricky. It's very tricky. The one I want is the dual axle, 5-wheel, double tip dump motorcycle. The 1330 has a single hydraulic piston. The one I want has 2 hydraulic pistons. It has two wheels on each side in the back. This one costs, just say, round it out to $2,000 US. But, and then I'll show you the mail, it's got a 300cc motor. The other one has a 200cc. Dual wheels in the back. This one has 11 leaf springs. The other one has 5 leaf springs. Show more details. It has double Super Duty shocks in the front, and then it has a dog to dog up the dump truck. This one also has 2 seats side by side outside the motorcycle, and also it has a bigger body, a wider car and thicker bottom. It's only 2 inches wider and 6 inches longer, but it's bigger. And then here's your 11 leaf springs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 10 leaf springs, not 11. Okay. One has 11, one has 10, one has 9. So it's a Super Duty 5,000, 2 tons. It'll hold 4,000 pounds all the time. It has double lights, double blinkers, super horn, and guards, fender guards, speedometer, on, off switch, super lights. 18-liter gas tank, 18 liters of gas. It has a windshield to keep any rocks or debris from hitting you when you're running down the road, and a couple of other options. That this is the one I ordered. I tried to order. So you guys, Fazio, he's broke. He has no money. No, I just don't need to show you my bank account. So this is the unit. So the unit has a bed that's 49.5 inches wide, big enough for a sheet of plywood. That's the important part. The $1,300 one, it's shy 2 inches for a sheet of plywood. Now the length of it is only 7 feet. Now plywood is 8 feet long, but it could stick off the back of the truck a foot, no problem. So I'll give you. So this is the Super Duty one. And it has all the perks, all the little doodads. And so when you, Fazio, he's broke. He's broke. He's broke. And this is it with a cab. And this one has a diesel engine. But I don't want a cab, and I don't want a diesel engine. So, and that's another $1,800 more. Video. I'll show you that. I like the dump part. It's going to dump right about now. 1, 2, 3. So now this one here has the single hydraulic piston and the single wheels. This is the light duty one. But the other one is a foot longer, 2 inches, 3 inches wider, and great for date nights. When done, just dump her out the back. Plus, you could put a mattress in the back, do the deed, and leave her off with the mattress so she could sleep it off. Because when we're done, she's going to need a rest. You know that. So, now, let's go to my mail. And so out of the 7 questions, they answered 2. Okay, that's Ready Mix, that's Scott's stuff. We don't need that. Let's go to mail. No, that's not what we need. Satellite. Here's the mail right here. Okay. So, hello, friend. Now, when you reply, that's when you can see their reply. So, I think that's the day she replied to me on the 9th. And, okay, here's the message. Brainwash relaxation. Hey, come on, man. We all know Fazio isn't broke. So if I was broke, would I, hey, brainwash, oh my God. Oh, I didn't even bang a pot for Carl. You know why I didn't bang the pot? I didn't have the spoon. The spoon is the key element of banging. When you bang a pot with a spoon. The nail clipper was a special upload for. Okay, so let me get through with this, and then we'll let's go to the mail. Okay, Mimi answered my question, half of my question. She answered. So let's go here. Hoodwinked by an Angel, Michael Fazio. My name is Michael. My phone number is, and then my email address. And I want to buy a trike dump with dual rear wheels and hydraulic drum. Hydraulic dump. Okay? Nice to meet you. We have an outlet in the Philippines. We don't have an outlet in the Philippines so far. You can order online from us. We can order here on Alibaba for you, which is a secure website. So your money is going to be guaranteed if you don't get the product. And ship it to Manila. This is the problem. I have to go to Manila. Shipping is $100 for 1 unit to Manila. Okay, that's reasonable. The price is $1,800. So it's $2,000 for the unit. Oh, what happened there? Hold on. It's $2,000 for the unit, but there's no when you watch this, there's no import fee. How much is the import fee? And if it was a fixed number, okay. But when I wanted to order, well, where are we here? When I wanted to order this, come on. Okay, not going to get it there. Okay, when I wanted to order it, I asked her how much customs clearance fee, handling fees, port charge, and so on. So I have to pay a customs clearance fee, handling fees, port charges fee, and a storage fee if it's there for more than a few hours or 24 hours. So that's not a fixed price. So this price of $1,800 can change. That price for $1,800 can easily change to 100% import fee or another $2,000. That's possible. So $2,000 changes to $4,000. There's a fee of $300 with the rebar bender, was to bring the rebar bender from the boat, the ship, to the clearance house was $300, and $300 to bring it back, even though it was only across the street. So that would be another $600. So that's $2,000 for the import fee. 100% of whatever you pay for a vehicle outside the Philippines, somewhere between 90 and 100% is what they charge you for an import fee. So that's $2,000 on top of the $2,000, plus $600 to bring it from the boat to the clearance house, and from the clearance house back to the boat. Then it would be another $300 to ship it to Bohol. So $2,600 and $300 for the shipping is $2,900, and $200 to bring it from the port of Bohol to my house. So that's $3,100 in fees, shipping fees, import fees, clearance house fees, custom brokers fees, plus $400 for me to go back and forth to Manila. So that's $3,500 in additional fees to buy a $2,000 machine. Now, if she said to me, the import fee is going to be $800, then I would go, and the clearance house fee is going to be $150. Those prices I gave you are 4 years old for the rebar bender, 3 years old. Those were prices I started getting 3 years ago for the rebar bender. I don't know what they are now. So theoretically, for a $2,000 unit, I could spend $5,500, but it's open-ended. And if you leave the machine in the clearance house for more than 48 hours, I don't know what the storage fee is. I think it's like $75 a day. So let's just say I couldn't get there right away. I'd have to pay $75 a day for storage at the clearance house. That's ridiculous. But when you say I'm broke, the $2,000 is, that goes right on the card. But the $2,000 would be a reasonable amount of money for the machine, but not $5,500. Now you're paying 2.5, almost 3 times the price of the machine, which is exactly the same proportion as the rebar bender. So for a $3,000 rebar bender, it would have been close to $7,000 if I did it their way. I circumvented a couple of things with the rebar bender because I could, and I did. But I had to pay somebody money to circumvent certain things. But I can't do that with this machine. I don't know anybody anymore. And that was during the lockdown, and everybody was hungry for cash. I can't do that again. Or I don't know that it could be done again. And it was a lot of work. And it's all done in person, in cash. So if you guys think that I'm kidding, eventually I'll have a chariot. But not from that company. I've been looking for a used chariot for a long time. There just aren't any used chariots. And the ones that are made here by a company called Russi, what garbage they are. Oh, they are garbage. They don't have a dump, and I need a dump. I need to have a dump because if you have 2 yards of wet dirt and you have to shovel 2 yards, a half a cubic yard of wet mud out of the back of a dump truck, it's a lot of labor. If I do it, if somebody else does it, it's just a lot of labor. I don't want to do that. If I want to put a bucket, a backhoe bucket or a track hoe bucket in it, this will hold the 4,000 pounds. The Russi, if I put the track hoe bucket in the Russi to bring it to the city to have it welded or something like that, I could throw the unit out. I put it in there, let it collapse, and we sell it for scrap an hour later. So I can't do what I want to do with a Russi. Plus, they're garbage machines. I'm going to go back to the chat now. I'm going to bang a bucket. That's what I'm going to do. I haven't banged I'm going to thank you, Carl. And I have several more videos of us in Florida, Carl. Several more. Well, let me get a bucket and a spoon. So we're going to sing the thank you song to the Vela. The Vela. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Carl Vela. Carl Vela. He was not a good fella, but he knew where they lived, just blocks away, and one lived 2 doors away from Carl Vela. A good fella named Tony lived 45 feet away from Carl Vela. Carl Vela, he knew a good fella, a real one from the movies, was Tony M. He was a good fella, he lived near Carl Vela, and thank you very much, Carl Vela. Salamat. Yeah, that's true. Carl Vela lived 45 feet away from a good fella, a real good fella, one of the guys from the movies. Now, on the other hand, I lived over 100 feet away from that same guy. So he was much closer to that guy. And there are lots of people on this chat that can verify that. So let's get here. Let's get my chat up. Somebody else sent me brainwave relaxation. I know he sent money, and it was $10, and we're going to sing. I'm trying to think of what rhymes with brainwave relaxation. Carl Vela, he lived 2 doors away from a good fella. That's the truth. We grew up with those guys. Them guys, we grew up with them guys. Come on, man. We all know Fazio isn't broke. Brainwave relaxation. Nobody can talk about the things I do, 'cause I can prove each and one of them to you. Did I lie about the motorcycle, or the chariot, or the plans, or the permits? I did not. Did I lie when I told you that guy has a Twitch that reminds me of the Pink Panthers boss? Hey, dude, next time you do a hit piece on me, I'm going to do this again. Just like you said. If you even mention that anything about this stream or anything I said about you, I'm going to release all your secrets. As I said before, go ahead and do it. You won't like what happens. I guarantee you that. I guarantee. Remember what you said when somebody does a bully, somebody tries to bully you, you go right back at them. I didn't do that because I only watched the video just a few days ago. And I looked at it and said, what a piece of garbage you are. You're a piece of dirt. You're a piece of dirt is what you are for doing that. And then no one believed you anyway. And everybody that watched that hit piece you did on me just said that it took away from your persona as a human being. Because that was subhuman, dude. That was subhuman. You were trying to triangulate everybody against me. A malignant narcissist tactic is to do a smear campaign on Michael Fazio so that everybody will look up to you. No one looks up to you except for your height. They all look at you like you're dirt. In my opinion. And after that hit piece that you did about me, he's a liar. Fazio's a, when did I lie? When did I lie? Going back, we're digressing back to that hit piece you did against me. When did I lie? What did I lie about? Who did I lie to? What did I lie about? You and I had an agreement. You broke your damn agreement. You broke the agreement. I canceled our interview because you don't have the ability to keep an agreement. And you might ask me a question in real life that I might not want to answer. And then you'll, in your manipulative ways, and you are a manipulating guy. You are well, look what you did with that hit piece. You tried to manipulate the entire YouTube community against Michael Fazio for no reason other than I hurt your little boy feelings. Were you twitching when you got the email saying that you betrayed my trust and I don't want to meet with you? Go ahead and say I didn't give you a notice at 12:31 in the afternoon of the same day. Go ahead and say I canceled the interview at the last minute, which is what you said in your stream. Why? Because you're a liar. You're a liar, you're a fraud, and you're a malignant narcissist to every aspect of the word malignant narcissist. You triangulated against me. You tried to do a smear campaign on my persona to make me look like the bad guy and you look like the king of YouTube, which you've done before. And you go ahead and release those few pieces of private information that I shared with you, and we'll go tit for tat. Promise. I promise you I'll do that. I promise. Don't think I won't. Because you are, in my opinion, you're as low as they get on YouTube. You spent 3 hours just talking about me, destroying my reputation, so that you didn't look like a bad guy because I canceled an interview with you because you betrayed my trust. And you want to come out looking like the king? No, I don't think so. And if you go ahead and release the few pieces of private information I gave you, I will do the same. I will do the same. I promise I'll do the same. We'll go tit for tat, and at the end of the day, we'll see what happens. Because you won't like it. It's going to be a lot more. Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. You swore you were going to do it. Go ahead. Keep your word. Watch what happens. Dirt. You remind me of the dirt under my toenails. No, flying circus. Those are just between you and me and Aloe. Those bikini pictures are just between you and me and Aloe. That's monkeyed up, beyond monkeyed up, says Scott. We were in rare form. That Carl will remember that. DNC, yes, that's true. But they don't have an idea. But then again, no one in the Philippines knows what the import fees are either. And they are the ones that ship to the Philippines. So you are correct, DNC, very astute. They don't know what the import fees are, but they should do some research. They only sell motorcycles. Just do research and find out what the percentage of the import of the price is for the import fee. It's one piece of information. I could see they don't know the clearance house fees. I could see they don't know the shipping fee from the boat to the clearance house. $300. $300 to put a box on a truck and take it off 500 feet away, 1,000 feet away. That I understand. But the import fee, they should have that in a chart. Yes, brainwave relaxation. It was. And not only did he do a 3-hour hit piece, but somebody mentioned it to me a few days ago. And I'm going, that guy didn't really leave that up on his channel, did he? And I went back there, and yeah, he did. But the one thing he did was he took out all his negative comments. But I recorded the video with the comments on the original day. I didn't watch the whole thing. I went out, did something outside. When I came back in, the stream was over. I saved it, and then I went about my business and never looked at it again. I said, the guy's a piece of garbage. But then he left it up. I went back, like about, what's today? Today's Friday, Saturday. I went back maybe Sunday of last week. Somebody said, you know, that guy did a hit piece on it. It's called a smear campaign. A malignant narcissist does a smear campaign to destroy your reputation. So that's what he is. He's a malignant narcissist and in the upper echelons of malignant narcissism. And he did a smear campaign, 3 hours. 3 hours to destroy my reputation. He could have just said, Fazio canceled. Here, this is what I would have did. What a man does. And he's not a man. He's a very immature, selfish, self-centered, egotistical nutcase as far as I'm concerned. A man would have said, I'm not going to share any of the private information between you and me on Friday afternoon. And then the next morning, a man would not have shared that information on his wife's live stream or Roberto's live stream. A man would not have done that because a real man would have kept his word. Now we're doing a little smear campaign right now. So he's not a real man because he doesn't keep his word, number one. Number two, a real man, when I sent him the mail saying you betrayed my trust, you betrayed my trust. Therefore, I don't want to have an interview with you tonight. Should have ended right there. He should have sent back, you're right, Michael. I did that. I apologize. I understand why you don't want to have a, get together. But he couldn't do that. I hurt his little boy feelings. As big as he is, as big as his ego is, he couldn't let it go. And then he put up, I have been canceled. Fazio has canceled me, maybe permanently. Why? Why did you have to do that? Because I hurt your feelings. I hurt your feelings. You're the one who said that Fazio walks on eggshells. Or you're not going to walk on eggshells because of I'm not going to walk on eggshells because of you, dude. You are a low-class child in a giant body with no sense of moral turpitude whatsoever. Listen very carefully. Quote, no sense of moral turpitude whatsoever. And that goes across the board. Go ahead and release the secrets. And watch. We'll talk about morals in my next live stream if you do that. Go ahead. You threatened to release my personal information if I made mention of the video. You promised to do it. So now keep your promise. Go ahead and keep your promise and see what happens. Go ahead. Do it. You have no morals. At the end of the day, everybody's going to agree with me. You shouldn't have did that hit piece. You shouldn't have did what is called a smear campaign by a malignant narcissist smear campaign. You shouldn't have tried to get everybody to be your flying monkey. And the people that took your side on Roberto's show, Roberto, one comment that I have that I recorded, Roberto goes, "Oh, Fazio did that to you? Oh my God, I didn't know Fazio was like that." Now, I don't know if he was serious or he was just kissing your butt. But Roberto, you shouldn't have said that. "Oh, Fazio did that to you? I didn't know Fazio was like that." So he didn't agree with him, but he let that slide on his show. Had that been my show, I would not have let that go. I would have said, "No, I know Fazio, he wouldn't do that. I know Fazio, he would." And now, if you'll notice, there's a lot of people missing from my chat that don't come around. You know why they don't come around? Because they talked. They agreed. They watched you do what you did and didn't correct you. Fazio's not like that. So now they're not welcome on my page. They could come here. They're not blocked, but they're not welcome on my page. I've told them in private, too. Don't bother coming around. I'm not interested in what you have to say. Do I need you to defend me? No, I'll do that myself. But if you're my friend and you let somebody smear me like that, in real life, I'm not going to let that happen. And I'm not going to let it happen on YouTube. And that was, he doesn't believe in free speech. I believe in free speech, but let it be honest free speech. Let it be truthful free speech. What you did was a smear campaign. There was no truth to back up what you said. Nothing can you back up in that video. I'll play it for you. You want me to play it for you? Send me an email giving me permission to play that video. I'll play it for you with the comments, your rhetoric, your hate speech. Hey, Freebird, it has nothing to do with you, my friend. Nothing at all. Fugazi information, that's true. Yeah, but what I did, I didn't lie. I just said that you betrayed my trust. And I don't want to go on your live stream. I would not have made a video, but you were afraid I was going to make a video because you betrayed my trust. So you did a 3-hour smear campaign, and it backfired on you. Because I happen to have recorded the entire thing with the comments. So if I put it on, you're going to see different comments on my live stream than your live stream. Because you backstabbing, worthless piece of dung, you took out the negative comments about me in the chat. But I have them recorded. Not that I care, and I won't watch it again, nor will I go through the trouble. But you people out there, you kiss this guy's butt because he has a lot of money. What I have lived 10 times the life 95% of you people could even comprehend. And from this particular person, we don't see any race boats, we don't see any race cars, we don't see any houses on the water. He does live probably in a big house and multiple properties in the Philippines. So what? He's been all over the world. So what? So what? So what? I wouldn't trade my experience traveling from Key Largo to Key West in an ocean racer during a poker run. I wouldn't exchange that experience for any house that's not facing the ocean. I wouldn't change my experience with owning a car that went 165 miles an hour on a regular basis, a race car, racing Cobra Mustang. I wouldn't change that. None of you people have ever done that. You have money, big deal. I wouldn't exchange the people that I hung out with and grew up with, the stories and the things we did, for your simple lifestyles. Steve 25901, you are the most worthless human being on YouTube, in my opinion. You have to be on everybody's chat. Your face, you have to say the most egregious stuff on this guy's channel, then you go to the other guy. Your life has basically no self-worth at all. You probably look at yourself as one of the lowest forms of bloggers on YouTube. Your life has no meaning, Steve 25901, that you spend 2 or 3 or 4 hours a day typing out worthless comments that are going to get removed in a few days or a few weeks. Look, you want a perfect example of this worthless blogger called Steve 25901? When it was cold, I'm living on a white sand beach with a view of the ocean. I can go in the water. I can't swim or go diving anymore because I have an ear injury. But I live in a beautiful place. Steve 25901, it was 6 degrees below zero, and I could have went out and walked around in the ocean in my sandals. His life is worthless compared to what I would consider quality of life. He has put out how many thousands of comments, him and that other worthless blogger called John Parrish. How many thousands of comments those two guys put on Barry Jordan's page? How many thousands of comments? Thousands. They add up to thousands, tens of thousands of words. And Barry made his channel private. All of the time they spent typing and leaving comments and you're the best and you're number one and you're a good man and it's good to see you back and how's Shah and what did you have for dinner tonight? It's good to see you. All those thousands of comments wasted. Completely wasted. It's all gone. I don't believe he removed permanently the videos, but you have spent thousands of hours leaving comments on a page that disappeared for whatever reason. All of you have done that. You have all done tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of comments on people's... Do you see me leaving comments on people's pages? No, I don't do that. I might say LOL and put a smile on there. Maybe I don't even do the smiles that much. I might say, hello, that's funny. That's it. I don't leave 3 paragraphs. J. Dow, 12 paragraphs the other day. It was, I don't know how many pages of writing for a comment on, I don't know whose page it was. 12 paragraphs? Really, dude? You are welcome to leave 12 paragraphs on my page anytime you want. You're a you're an excellent writer. You're an excellent sentence structure, paragraph structure, punctuation. You are a genius when it comes to words. And you're welcome to leave that on my page. How many dozens of comments from J. Dell have I pinned to the top of the page? Excellent commentary. But at the end of the day, Mort Salt. Hold on, let me think about that for a moment. Mort Salt. At the end of the day, Jay Dahl, you have great commentaries. But at the end of the day, look how many comments you left on Barry's page and the other man's page, my brother from another mother. Look how many comments you left. And they're all gone. They're all gone. And they're all gone. You spent hundreds of hours of your life doing that. When I'm doing something else, I'm doing something else. You know how many hours I spent trying to buy that motorcycle dump truck this month? 40 hours. Easy, 40 hours. I sent out mail to 4 different companies. I only got a reply from one company, and I sent out three requests for a reply, and that took 4 days. Plus, those units, it looks like, oh, it's a chariot with a dump truck. There's 200 variations of that dump truck. The one I showed you is the good version, the best version I found. Then you could go to a diesel engine after that with a cab. But I spent 40 hours on just that this month. That's research. I spent 30 hours researching underground cables. There is no such thing as satellite in the Clark orbit. Clark orbit. Look up Clark orbit by Arthur C. Clarke. One year he wrote a book about a Clark orbit with satellites that orbit the Earth, and then all of a sudden the government said they were putting satellites in the sky. It's all nonsense. First of all, you people are so stupid. You do not understand the law of entropy. I'm pretty sure that's the word, entropy. Entropy is, you shoot a bullet across the field. Entropy is the amount of energy that friction and density play on the bullet, because there's no such thing as gravity. So, and the bullet loses forward momentum and then falls to the floor. Well, satellites, they want to fall down into the Earth, not because of gravity, but because of density. Well, you launch a satellite in 1960, it has to have a power source to maintain forward momentum for 60 years. They don't have things like that in space. How many times have you watched that ridiculous cartoon called the Space Shuttle up in Earth orbit? And they had to apply some booster rockets to keep the orbit at a certain distance from the center of the Earth. That's nonsense. If the space shuttle has to apply auxiliary rocket thrust to keep the orbit, well, then so do satellites. And where do they put the fuel in a satellite that's 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet? How do they adjust that? They don't. They don't exist. You people are dumber than rocks. But let's just say they could. I had the longest running argument on YouTube in the history of YouTube back in 2009 or maybe 2008 was what they called a thread. A thread. And the thread was, how do rockets propel themselves in a vacuum? And they had 1,000 different people that said they're theoretical scientists, they are scientists, they're laboratory technicians, they work for NASA, they don't work for NASA, they have a theory. How does a rocket propel itself through space if the propellant has nothing for an equal and opposite force? That's what I mean, how stupid you people are. If you have a rocket exhaust and it's up against this wall, it's going to propel itself forward or upward because the force goes against first the land mass or the wall and then the air. It's pushing against the air. After that, it's pushing down, it's applying pressure to the atmosphere. There's no atmosphere in space. So what does it push against? And you have people saying, well, the exhaust itself is what it's pushing against. Nonsense. Nonsense. The exhaust is pushing against nothing, therefore it can go nowhere. And then going to the moon, Werner von Braun said you'd need enough fuel to fill up the Empire State Building twice, and a rocket bigger than the Empire State Building filled with fuel, because it would be pushing against its own fuel just to get to the moon. Forget about coming back. It's a one-way trip. You people don't have any understanding of science. Do I remember Mort Saul, Chuck Delano? Are you one of my friends from the beach? Okay, brainwaves, thank you. Who was this? Yes, Fazio dressing down in progress. The Fugazi information about Michael Fazio. Carl Vella will back up that he lived next door, one door away from Tony M. I could give you his real name. You could look up what he did. You could look up when he went to prison. And then you could look at that he got out of prison. And that day he got out of prison, he did something, and then he went right back into prison forever. At the end of the day, you can't take your money with you. You only live once, and you can only take your life experience with you, a life well lived. Thank you, brainwaves. Yeah, I've done more stuff than you people can possibly comprehend. I just don't put it out there on YouTube. Oh, no, Chuck, I don't remember that. I actually don't. But I do know that you're not allowed to talk about JFK. You're not allowed to talk about well, we're not allowed to talk about a lot of stuff. You're not allowed to talk about how many people actually died in the Holocaust. You're not allowed to talk about that. Not allowed to talk about, look what happened to Alex Jones. And he is a government shill. He's a paid gatekeeper. He always was. But he overstepped his boundaries talking about Sandy Hook. Could I tell you facts about Sandy Hook? I certainly could. And an hour from now, my channel would be gone. Gone. If I told you what the facts were, my channel would be removed from YouTube, because you're not going to get the facts. Alex Jones was punished big time for trying to tell you what he believed the facts were. They're not going to allow certain information to be public. It's just not going to happen. So Mort Saul, I don't remember. Alex Jones is a perfect example of a gatekeeper, of a government shell, always was a government shell, and he got punished severely. I remember the old video of you showing your machinist's tools. Yeah, the micrometers, and I have a full on set of mics from nothing to 8 inches, Starrett, S-T-A-R-R-E-T-T, Starrett mics, a full set of ball gauges, inside ball gauges, from probably a 1/2 inch, maybe 3/8, up to 2 inches, ball gauges, inside diameter ball gauges. I have a full set of, I have an out of round cylinder gauge. I don't need that stuff, but I have it. And I don't use it anymore. And then I have a full set of, I have vernier calipers, the digital and non-digital, calipers that measure up to 14 inches, OD things, calipers, precision calipers, machine shop calipers. Yeah, I have a full set of tools. They have been laying underwater cables from Mindoro to here. I've talked to the guy running the UAV. They have real high-tech stuff. Huge ship, very interesting to me. Well, here's the ship right here. I'll show you the ship. This is the cable. They call it a cable drum. This is the video. This is the cable drum. It holds miles. Oh, wait a second. It holds many miles of cable. But every 50 miles, they cut the cable and they put a repeater, what's called a repeater, in the cable. I'll show it to you. Okay, this is when they're laying a cable across the bottom of the ocean. This is the plastic. They put these plastic billets. They bolt them around the cable. The cable is over here in the back there. The cable goes through these big, huge plastic billets. And then they pay that off, P-A-Y. They pay it off the back of the barge. It comes out cable with some small orange stuff. And then it gets thicker. And then the orange part is the part that lays against the other cable on the bottom. And then on the bottom of the ocean, the orange stuff has got a big diameter and it lays across the pipe on the bottom. And they do this, they know where all of these cables are. These cables go across the Pacific Ocean, 4,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 1,000 miles. And so this is a protectorant that goes over the cable. It's kind of like wrapping the cable up in like a diaper. It's kind of like a diaper. And then the repeaters, they put the repeaters on. This is the cable when it's getting paid out, PAID. That's when you feed a line off a ship to an anchor or a pendant, P-E-N-D-A-N-T. A pendant is like a diamond pendant. The pendant hangs off a chain to the diamond. When you feed it off to the pendant or off a cable or rope, you pay it out, P-A-Y, pay out the line. And then this is the cable. This cable's about 8 inches big. That's why I chose this one, because it's a big cable. And they have several miles coiled up in a giant coil. And this is the coiling machine here. So this comes from another ship. And every 50 miles they cut it and they put a repeater in between in the cut. And then that repeater is fed electric and that boosts the signal every 80 kilometers or 50 miles. And that's how they work. Now this cable, although it's 8 inches thick, it only has 6 strands of cable in it that are the thickness of a human hair. I'm looking for that part of the video. It's in here somewhere. It's sitting on top of a piece of rope. I don't know where it is, but it only has 6 strands of glass, fiber optics glass. One of those strands that goes from America to Europe feeds all of Google, all of YouTube, and all their data going to Europe, and one strand goes back. There's 6 strands inside that big cable. 6. I don't know why there's only 6, but they don't put any more than 6 in that I know of. And then though one strand, the thickness of a human hair, can transmit 70 million live streams and all of YouTube's data and comments in one direction to Europe, and the other strand is back from Europe to the United States. So it can stream 70 million YouTube videos at the same time through something the thickness of a strand of hair. Now, when they had copper cables, there was no such animal back then. So I'm going to give you the, I'll give you the link. I'm going to give you the link here for that. And we never landed on the moon there. We never went to the moon. We didn't land on the moon. We're never going to go to the moon. I saw the comment. It ain't never going to happen. We're never going into space with the junk that they have. Now this ship that I just showed you, the video I'm showing you, the link for, this is the one that goes from Qatar to another place. I don't know. You could look it up. You guys see, that's the problem with you people on YouTube. That really is the problem. You want everybody to do your work for you because you're too lazy to Google something or to watch 10 hours of videos, streams. I think that is absolutely disgusting that you people are that stupid that you can't do your own research. Now, I just gave you the link to the video. Nobody will watch the video, but I spent days doing this research. I spent weeks doing the research proving that we didn't go to the moon. I spent weeks listening to videos from NASA and looking at their CGI pictures, and multiple scientists and photographers and videographers and motion picture producers that said we never went to the moon. It's all done with, it's all done somewhere in a desert somewhere. It's all done with cameras and lighting on Earth. We never went to the moon. There's thousands of people like that. But you people have been brainwashed and you're too lazy to do the research. Chuck Delano says. Okay, let's go up here. Chuck Delano says, never landed man on the moon. Can the Hubble show us the moon rover that is supposed to be on the moon? No. But you know what their excuse that the Hubble won't show you a picture of Earth or the moon? Their excuse, now I don't know if they're using the same excuse, but last year, 2 years ago, their excuse was that the Hubble is too close to Earth to zoom in on the moon or Earth. It's nonsense. But I could show you the lunar lander. It's nonsense. It's all nonsense. It's another show for another day. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, Scott says, all of Michael's statements are for the purpose of entertainment. I don't. That's why I'm shadow banned. No matter what I put a comedy, they let me go. They let it stay up because I don't mention names, dates, and places for a lot of stuff. But these people are all corrupt. Governments have never cared about the dissemination of false information. That means that you could say anything false as long as it proliferates the government's coffers. They care about the dissemination of the true information. That's true. Scott says to compress that much information into a tiny strand has to be technology that was found somewhere else. Mysterious. Space stuff. I do believe they're in aliens, and I believe the technology that they use, even computers, are alien technology. The technology just advanced too fast, too far for it to be man-made. J. Dow. Yeah, Scott's still planning on coming to the Philippines. As far as I know. Chuck Delanham, Kubrick. Yeah, well, Kubrick did help them with their videos. That's correct. Scott is not going to stay at the Stanley House. Scott is a Moderna or Bellevue Resort, 5-star resort guy. But Scott is an actual, we looked at rooms for Scott at the Moderna and also the 5-star at the Bellevue Resort. He's not staying at the Stanley House. I have friends of mine that visited me. See, this is, I say this stuff and you don't believe me. The biggest, now I'm not even going to say it, and some of the most famous people on YouTube, let's put it like that, came to visit me for about a week, and they stayed at the Stanley House. And what had happened is we had a blackout, and the Stanley House does not have a generator. And they were upset about that, so they went someplace else. But a lot of hotels here, the small hotels, they don't have generators, not enough to run an air conditioner, and that was, oh man. So we ended up staying at their hotel instead of my hotel. But there was a blackout. They walked in, it was a blackout, there was no aircon, and they left. And that was it. They just went to another hotel. Stanley House is not really big enough to warrant the size generator that they need. You're talking about, for a decent size generator to run the Stanley House would be $50,000 to $80,000 US, and there's maintenance on it, and you have to have, it has to be somewhere, it has to go someplace. It takes up the size of an entire room. You got to fuel it. You got to keep it fueled. You got to maintain it. To any small hotel, Stanley House is a small hotel, is not going to have a generator. None. Zero. I've been in many, many hotels in Panglao, and when there's a blackout, there's a blackout. When you're talking 35, 40, 50 rooms or more, maybe they have a generator that's only set for refrigerators and maybe aircon, but not necessarily. They have a separate plug system for that, a disconnect and a connect. Big hotels, you're talking $200,000 for a generator, for a big generator for 45 to 50 rooms. Stanley House doesn't have that kind of an income to warrant paying $45,000 or $50,000 for a generator. So and then it gets hot when there's no aircon. So, but the Bellevue has a generator. One place I stayed was, if I remember correctly, it was $600 a month, 30,000 pesos a month. But if there was a blackout, there was a generator, but it had a separate electric meter. And you paid like 5 times if you used the electric, you paid 5 times the normal price. So it was $30,000 a month plus electric plus water. But if there was a blackout for a day, it might cost you another $15, $20 for the day. It was worth it. But they have to do that because to run a generator is so expensive. The price of diesel, the cost of the generator, the maintenance on it, nobody can afford that. Anyway, that's the answer to your question. And right now, I'm done. I have something that I want to eat, sitting on the stove waiting for it to get cooked. Thank you, Carl. I don't know if you're still awake. Salamat. Thank you very much. And remember, Fazio's broke. Carl Vella lived next door, 45 feet away from a good fella. It's where he grew up. Tony M. Tony M. So I'll tell you a little story about Tony M. and then I'll go. Tony M. Went to prison. He went to prison for something. But he went to prison because somebody testified against him. And he went to prison because somebody testified against him. I'm trying to make this story so I don't get a strike or I don't get demonetized. So he had to spend a certain amount of years in prison, which he didn't give a shit about. Tony didn't care about that at all. But he did care that the guy that sent him to prison with the testimony, he did care that they were friends at one time. And when he got out, well, we'll just say he fixed that problem. He got out like Monday morning, and at 2 o'clock Monday afternoon, he fixed that problem. And on Wednesday morning, he was back in prison forever. That was the end of that. So, he's not the only person I knew that did that, but he was one of them. So, yeah, he was a good fellow. He was a good fellow, and he was a funny guy. Tony was. I mean, they were all funny guys. Why do I care about him, J-Dal? Why do you have to come on and mention his channel? For what reason? How does that benefit me or you? I'm just asking you a question. You can answer the question. I'll stay on. How does it benefit me? I don't care what he does. I don't care what he does. I don't care. Are you trying to get me to say something negative about him or his channel? I don't care about him or his channel. I haven't talked about him or his channel in 2 months. So how does that benefit me? That's the second message that you left. This is not WABC News, Channel 7 News. It's not, this is not Barry's channel updates. J-Dal, one more time, and your history. But you can explain to me how you think that benefits me or anybody else in the chat. I'll let you do that. Come on, you do that. That was 6 months ago. Yeah. But I don't talk about him now 3 months. And I don't care about him. So you did give a good explanation. I'm not interested in Barry. Not at all. Him and I thought we had an agreement from 2 or 3 months ago. He don't talk about me, I don't talk about him. And now you're bringing him up. So please don't do it again. Okay? Now you know. Although you already knew that. Because you're on his channel all the time. You've always been on his channel. You know you're just here to start shit. And that's what you did. You started shit. For no reason other than the fact that you have to have your name in lights. You know damn well the agreement that him and I had. You know damn well what the agreement. And if you say you didn't, you're lying. I know you did. I've been to his channel. You're all over his channel. Not that I don't watch him. I just don't comment about him. But you know every intricacy, every detail of every worthless channel, every blogger, every channel, every live stream of everybody on YouTube, because you're another one like Don that doesn't have anything to do all day but go from one channel to the other. Yeah, I did entire shows about him months ago, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago. You guys that have to have your name in the chat to bring up somebody else's name, to start shit, it's an amazing thing. Do you see me on anybody else's channel ever? Whose channel do you see? J. Dow, this is a question for you. Whose channel do you see me comment on? Name one channel. I did live streams about people, but I don't comment on their channel. Because I don't care. If I have something to say, I put up a video, a stream. But I don't leave comments. You, on the other hand, you go to every channel, read every comment, reply to comments, reply to the videos, reply to the live streams, and then when someone replies to you, and I read that stuff. I keep up to what's going on, but I just don't comment on that crap. Who has time? Who cares? Okay, I don't mean to put you down, but I don't understand why you have such low self-esteem, or that all you're really doing is publicizing his channel. He don't let other people talk about anybody else's channel on his channel, but you're doing it to me, and you know that he doesn't allow people to mention other people's channel, and yet you do it to me. You think it's okay to do to me. See, this is what's wrong with you people. You don't think I see what's going on or understand what's going on. You're basically publicizing so you can go kiss his ass later on and say, I mentioned your name. Or he's watching and he saw you mention his name. If you people really feel that low self-esteem about yourselves that you have to put up, oh, that guy he's doing a live stream, or who cares? Who cares? I care about my few close friends. Do you see me comment on Alo's videos? No. Do you see me ever comment on Roberto's videos? I said hello, Roberto, about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. That's it. Hello. I don't comment about other people's videos, what they're doing, what their lifestyles are, nothing. I never did. It's not part of my routine. I don't understand it. You got people, J-Doll, you make 12 paragraphs, 4,000 words of theory about why somebody may have done something. That's an obsession, dude. That's more than an obsession. To post 4,000 words. How do I know it's 4,000 words? I copied it and pasted it into my document and then did a word count, and then I erased it so I never have to read it again. I didn't read it to begin with. I just did a word count. 3,852 words. 3,852 words. You did on one channel commentary. That's insanity, dude. That's really insanity. You're welcome to leave all the comments you want on my page. I always pin them if they're good. But the insanity that's persistent inside your mind, that you have to portray a channel, another person's channel, that for me, do you not understand what's going on legally? That none of it matters? And that your thoughts on the legal system in the Philippines is basically worthless. Plus, you don't know the law. And when I made a video discussing the law, I get people saying, Fazio doesn't know the law. I do know the law. I know the law better than any other YouTuber in the Philippines. But I don't talk about it. Alo and I are going to do shows when my case is done. We'll do shows on the law because there'll be an outcome. There'll be a real, it won't be theory anymore. It'll be factual. Whatever the law turns out to be, it'll be factual. But I'm not going to guess what the law in the Philippines is going to do. I know what the law is, but I don't know how it's going to work out. But you sit there and do theoretical science. 3,852 words as a commentary on one video. Several different commentaries, but 3,852 words total. And then that video got taken down and it's gone. How many hours is that? How many hours did you spend leaving a commentary on a video that got removed? Dude, I made a video this morning. I made a commentary on a video this morning. I gave them the mountainside in California is being eroded by waves at the bottom of a hill that's 80 feet tall. And they're throwing stones at the bottom of the mountain. They're bringing them down in trucks. Millions of dollars they're spending. Worthless. It's a complete... I like your long essays, yeah, I do. You're right about that. But I don't like you talking about that other guy's channel. That's something else altogether. I like your essays are brilliant and intelligent. But I agree with you. They're nice essays. But to bring up his name on my channel, he doesn't let anybody talk about my channel on his channel. Ever. As soon as you mention my name, he removes the comment. As soon as you mention my channel name, why would I reciprocate by allowing people to talk about his channel on my channel? Because what you guys do is that, oh, he made a video. He's doing a live stream now. And then people go from my channel to his channel. Is that fair? If he doesn't let it happen on his page, and I didn't remove your comment, but I don't think it's fair, and I don't need it to happen in the future. Thank you. So, I made a commentary, 2 paragraphs, as a licensed excavation contractor in marine construction and a licensed land excavation contractor with all the licenses for marine and land. I told them that their efforts of putting rocks at the base of an 80-foot cliff were an effort in futility. And then I wrote to them in the commentary how it should be done and how, no matter how much rocks you throw at the base, without putting an impermeable membrane between the rocks and concrete, it will never stop the waves from eroding the base of the cliff. It's all some worthless human being in the government that doesn't know anything about real marine engineering and construction said, if we put rocks there, that'll slow the process down. No, it won't. A couple of hours, a few days out of a month, it'll slow it down, but it won't stop it. It has to be stopped in a completely different way that you'd have to spend $500 million to shore up the cliff. So I wrote a commentary, 2 paragraphs, of how it should be done. But I don't leave comments in the YouTube community because most of you people in the YouTube community is just worthless diatribes. The YouTube community as the genre of the Philippines community, most of the people in the Philippines community are stupid people. I mean IQ stupid. I mean intellectually stupid. I mean street smart stupid. I mean life experience stupid. Most of them are stupid people. What, because I live in a shack? That doesn't put me into the stupid category by any means. But most of the people in the Philippine genre have an IQ of the person you're talking about, the people that you leave these comments on their pages. Their IQs are not, none of them are higher than 85. None of them. That where you comment, not one per, well, there is one. There is one. The fake My Philippines Interest, whoever that guy is, his IQ is well above the average IQ. That I'll give him. I don't know who it is, but whoever that is his IQ, you look at the way he writes and what he writes, his IQ is way up there. I don't know what his IQ is, but it's way above average. Way above average. Way. That he does that shitty stuff he does with the videos, that's something else altogether. The cloning the videos and shit like that, that there's an obsession with him too. But he has his reasons. But his IQ is way above the average IQ of a YouTuber. I could say that about a few people. And the few people I could say that about don't comment. Like myself. I don't feel the need to see my name on somebody's page. I see this morning somebody tried to get my goat. Did anybody else know that Daisy was 3 months pregnant? I didn't know that. Surprise to me. But even if she was, so what? I mean, even if she was, so what? How do you know who the father is? How do you know she's pregnant? Just because some troll on YouTube said it? That rumor's been being passed around for a week or so now. Well, if you remember, there's rumors about everybody on YouTube. In fact, there was a rumor 2 days ago that John Blaze died in a hunting accident. Is it true? I know whether it's true or not. I know more people on YouTube, their hidden names, meanings, who they are, where they come from, their channels, their houses, where they live, what they do, their family, pictures we share. I know more than anybody on YouTube about who's who on YouTube, more than any other blogger, more than any other single link blogger on YouTube. I know more about it than more about the people that stay hidden behind the scenes. Yeah, so going back to J. Dow, I do like your essays. A lot of times they're brilliant essays, but I don't bring up other people's blogging names. Or I'm trying not to. I have agreements not to do that. And I've not done it. So I don't know if you're trying to drag me into it for the sheer humor part of it or self-satisfaction. I have no idea why you're doing it. But I'm asking you not to do it again. I'm sure you won't do it again either. Because you know you're not stupid. There's a lot of things that you might be eccentric a little bit with 3,852 word commentaries. That's a little eccentric, Jay, to be honest with you. That's a little eccentric for a commentary on a YouTube video. That's a bit eccentric. That's way out there in left field. But it was intelligent what I read. The first two paragraphs, I think I read that much. But then I scrolled down. It never did get to the end of the page. 12 paragraphs, this big. 12 3.5-inch paragraphs. That's a little bit, that's excessive. Even if you type fast, it's not the point. The comments go nowhere. People watch the video and they read. No one's going to read that comment, dude. Nobody's going to read it. I mean, even I read a little bit. They're all intelligent. J. Dow writes intelligent comments, but who's going to spend 25 minutes reading, and for what reason? Seriously, what does it benefit the person that reads your comment? It's interesting. Probably it was. I mean, I didn't read it, but well, the 3 hours on a live stream, because I gave you information. You people think that the earth is round and spinning around at 1,038 miles an hour, that the earth spins around in a circle, and that the earth itself is spinning around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour, and that the sun is moving through space with the Earth and the Moon at 600,000 miles an hour. 500,000 miles an hour. It's not. I'm giving you information that you've been brainwashed since birth. And I've proven it. And can prove it more. I've just proved to you that there's no such thing as satellites in that video I just posted the link for. It says 95% of all telecommunications, internet, and data transfer are done on underwater cables. You didn't know that. I gave you valuable information. I proved that there's no satellites in the sky. Not that I proved it, but I did the research on it. Your commentary about a blogger and a court case and your theory about Philippines law is worthless at the end of the day, because it's not correct. It's not been proven. It can't be proven. At the end of the day, that's when you write about that stuff. I just gave you information that you should have known. You don't know how GPS works. You don't know what a repeater in a cable is. You're not a licensed A&P jet mechanic. You don't fly airplanes. You're not a licensed boat captain. You didn't own construction companies and cranes and barges and tugboats. You don't know the theory behind the science of telecommunications. You don't know how a GPS works. I just explained it to you. I just told you how the Air Force, that little dome that you see at the dome, the dome with the big white ball in the Air Force, I just told you how that works, how many computers it takes to run that information. It's a room, 150-foot room by 150-foot room. That's 14 feet high. First 7 feet is computers from floor to ceiling, the entire room, down one corridor, up another. There might be 5,000 transistors and transmitters and communications boxes in that room. It's the heart of the... You didn't know that. You just might think that there's one computer that runs the Boca Chica Naval Air Station. There's 5,000 units that just run that one tower. There's a backup tower with another 5,000 units that another guy runs. I never met that guy. But GPS is not based on anything in the sky. Nothing. There's nothing in the sky that gives GPS coordinates. It's all done on ground-based wires. Did you know that? No. I gave that to you. I did the research and I gave it to you. How is my information different than yours? My information is valid, provable, and useful. Your information about a blogger's channel in the Philippines that may or may not go to court is useless. It's theory. We've been hearing about that theory for a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, and 4 years. We've been hearing about that theory. And you're just perpetuating more theory. It's absolutely useless information. Some of it's interesting and smart. But for you to spend 2 or 3 hours to type up a perfect, 3,752 word comment, that's absurd. That's absurd on its face. It's absurd. I don't know what to say. I didn't read the whole thing. No one would read the whole thing. But I gave you valuable information. How was my doing a live stream helpful? It was raining out this morning. Do you remember me showing you the rain? It rained from 4:30 this morning until about 11:30 this morning. It rained for 7 hours. What else am I going to do? And what I do have to do, I don't put in public. I can't fly the drone. It's raining right now, but drizzling. I can't fly the drone in that. So, you want to know how the difference between me and you? If you have so much to say, start a YouTube channel and do it. And plus, I earn a few dollars doing it. And then people that talk smack about me behind my back, that he's broke If I was broke, Jay, question to you, if I was broke, why would I be doing inquiries about $2,000 motorcycles, but $5,000 toys at the end of the day? Why would I be doing that? If I was broke, how did I buy a rebar bender or a cement mixer? Or how did I pay 100,000 pesos for plans and another 100,000 for the permits altogether? How did I pay all that money? How did I do that if I was broke? Occasionally I'll just nudge these morons to understand I'm not broke. I don't really care what you think, but I heard it just last week. Fazio's broke. Again, Fazio's broke. Why? Because I live in a shack? Yeah, what was your point? What about all the things I did in my life that Jay Dow and all the other bloggers with all of their money have never done? Do you see anybody on YouTube showing you videos about their ocean racer or their $1 million house on deep water canals or boats? Or do you see any of them scuba diving? One guy does some scuba diving, which is interesting. Jerry. Do you see anybody else doing that? No. Just me. And I can't go scuba diving anymore because I have a serious ear injury. But Jerry does, and I find that interesting. But do you see anybody else doing anything on YouTube that's interesting? It's a chariot. It's this chariot. It's got to load the page. YouTube is running slow today. Here, you click this link. You click that link and that's the motorcycle I'm looking for. I'm not going to explain it. It's a chariot. It's a dump truck. It's a 300cc motorcycle that has a dump bed in the back that can hold 2,000 kilos plus. It's actually supposed to hold 3,000 kilos, but I wouldn't put that much in it. And it cost about $5,500 to get it to my house. So, anyway, that's, so I, on the other hand, actually do something. I give you people information. I haven't been on in 2 weeks. I have told you that the earth is flat. The earth is flat, man. Nobody is going to... We never went to the moon. We didn't land on the moon in the lunar module. That's nonsense. We never went to the moon. We can't go to the moon. The technology never existed. They lied. They destroyed the lunar modules that they had at the Houston Space Center. They had one on display. They destroyed it. They lost all the telemetry information. They lost all the computer tapes. They lost all the documentation on how to build the lunar landing and the Apollo 11 spacecraft. They lost it all. And now they're saying it's too complicated to rebuild it. You people are dumber than rocks to believe they lost all that information. They lost it on purpose because you can't... Jay Doll, come on, man. Now you're being a jerk. Is it Chinese made? What does it say? Why do you have to be spoon-fed information like a child? Why? That's a child question. I gave you the link. I told you to read it. I told you that's the motorcycle. And you have to ask me, you know why? Because you have to see your name in the chat window. You have to waste my time. Now you're wasting my time. What does it say the motorcycle is? Click to buy the motorcycle. I gave you the link so you could do the research on it. This is the problem with you people. You're not capable of doing anything on your own. You have to be spoon-fed information. You don't know how to do research. You don't understand what research is. You don't understand how to click a link, how to follow through with anything. What is wrong with you people? That your education is that bad? The space capsules are sitting in the Naval Air Station in Pensacola. Right, but the lunar module, the mock-up of the lunar module, let me explain this to you, DNC. Okay, I went to the Houston Space Center, okay? And at the time I went there, I met a guy, and we were looking at the module. It was a mock-up of the module. Now, there was the lunar rover and a mock-up of the module. And this was before they took it and separated it into different places. I don't know, in the world or in the United States. But the lunar rover that was supposed to have attached to the lunar module did not fit on the module. It was 2 feet, the bracketing was 2 feet off. And that was what was on display in Houston back in the 80s, somewhere in the 80s. So the mock-up of the lunar rover would not attach itself to the lunar module that was supposed to have landed on the moon. Didn't fit. That's how messed up their system was. They didn't care because they didn't think anybody would notice it. But the fella that I was talking to explained it all to me. I don't know if he worked there, he was a curator, I have no idea who he was. I just remember him telling that to me, and I never forgot it. Yeah, Jay, but if that's the only... Yeah, you know, Jay, you're doing it again. You want to see your name in the chat. Okay. I said I would never buy any more Chinese products. America does not make that product. So if you want one, you have to buy a Chinese one. No company in America makes anything like that. Plus, it would be at least 3 times the price, American made, plus 3 times the import fees. Jay, do me a favor, Jay. Chill out with the questions, because I'll tell you what, make all the questions you want, okay? Because you don't have the ability to understand English. Yeah, I said I would never buy anything Chinese again, but America doesn't make one. Pakistan doesn't make one. Japan doesn't make one. United States doesn't make one. Germany doesn't make one. Great Britain doesn't make one. You got to buy Chinese if that's what you want. Only Chinese make it. Again with this guy. I said I would never... See, you remember everything except stop breaking my chops. DNC. I saw them close up. The skin was not much thicker than foil. No freaking way they entered the atmosphere. American made, that trike would cost $30,000. Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to explain to Jay Dow. Here, I'll show you the mock-up. I'll show you the... I don't know if it cost $30,000. It might cost $15,000 to get it here if they made one. They don't make one, so it doesn't matter. Okay, this is for DNC. I was going to do this on another day, but this is the mock-up. This is the actual lunar lander. It's made out of cardboard, paper mache, tin foil. And I'll give you the link for this. I'm going to ignore.
Take a second to honestly observe the following picture and tell me.
J. Dahl, if you ask me any more questions, I'm going to ignore them, but you're welcome to leave them on the chat. I'm done with, my life doesn't revolve around you. Unless you want to put $50 in Super Chat up there, and then I'm all yours. I'm all ears. So this is the lunar lander. This is the lunar lander. This is the thing that they say weighs 33,000 pounds, which is nonsense. And this is the thing they say landed on the moon, which is nonsense. And I'll give you the link. This is the actual lunar lander on the moon. This is what they said landed on the moon. And there's the narration at how ridiculous this is. That it's all a bunch of tinfoil and duct tape. Okay, so let's get out of here. For DNC, I'm going to give you the link for that. This is a great video, DNC. I was going to do a whole show on just this. On just this one video. So DNC said that tricycle would cost $30,000 if you bought it from America. Well, it would be, could be 4 times, could be 8,000 plus 10,000, could be 18,000 for sure. I would agree to that. Could be somewhere between $15,000 and $18,000. But it would be much better built, of course. But yeah, you see what I'm doing here is something that none of you people on YouTube can do or do. None of you people, no one on YouTube does what I do, giving you links, talking about something, having it all up on the board, ready to go. None of you. You do blah, blah, blah. It's mostly hate speech and nonsense, but none of you. J. Dow, you're so smart with all your commentary. Why don't you start a channel? Put your face in there and talk the words that you say on the screen about your theoretical beliefs on Philippines law. You go on and on and on about Philippines law. I could give you the law that you talked about in one of your video commentaries in 45 seconds. You went on and on and on that maybe they wouldn't take it as a threat, and it all depends on the mindset of the person while the event was occurring, and in theory there was no anger. And dude, get it through your head that your theory as to whether or not something should or shouldn't be taken as a threat has nothing to do with the law. Nothing at all. Zero. Your theory as to what the guy was thinking when he did this or did that doesn't have anything to do with the law. And you're over there, you had about 500 words on theory. You know, maybe the guy, you know, he didn't mean this. How do you know? And what do you care? Uh-oh. My battery is running low. How do you know what the guy was thinking when he did a certain thing? How do you know that? How do you know that there was no sound? So now your theory becomes stupid theory, because now you're juxtaposing your position, your mental state of consciousness as a blogger commenter against somebody that was really there. and a real event happened. You have no understanding of the law, J-Doll, none whatsoever. I didn't want to say that, but being that you keep breaking my balls about this motorcycle thing, you have no understanding about the law, none, zero. I read your commentary about the law, I laugh, because Alo and I are going to do shows in the future about the law in the Philippines. And we're going to give you the law. And when my case is done, Alo and I are going to go through the law and what happened and why it happened and how it happened and what is legal and what's not legal. But before that, it's all theory because there's no way to prove anything. We'll prove it at the end of the day. You're a trip, man. You are a trip. CFD. Hey, buddy. CFD. CFD is talking about the devil himself, not CFD, but the channel. CFD is a man that knows the law. His wife is the law. His wife does work with the prosecutor's office, and now his wife is a partner in a major law firm. See, as soon as you talk about the law, then they go, now there's something to talk about. And you people that are all out there theorizing about the law, well, we've heard that before, didn't we? Didn't we hear that Fazio was going to go to jail for 84 years? Didn't we hear that? Did that happen? No, because that was not the law. It was theory. We'll go into all of that shortly. Should be another few months, 6 months, should be over, and then we'll talk about that stuff. But you people don't know a damn thing about Philippines law. Who knows more about the law than me? Who knows in the Philippine genre? Nobody, except Alo. Nobody. All your talk, all the bravado, all the nonsense. My lawyer said the DA said my videos have been okayed and they're gonna. None of that happened, did it? Nope, not yet. It might happen, but none of it did happen. Hey, Boston Dave. Boston Dave got blocked from his channel. No, we're not talking about him on my channel, Boston Dave. We're not talking about other people's channels, or my theories on that either. If you did some research, you would know better. But no, we're not going to talk about other people's channels or other people's lawsuits or their cases. So you got timed out just so that I could give you that piece of information. I like you, but when we're staying away from talking about people's channels or people themselves. Okay? The person I talked about in the beginning of this live stream did a 3-hour hit piece smear campaign on me. So I just let him know that he threatened to expose my secrets. I let him know that's okay. We're going to go tit for tat on secrets. But he won't like where that goes. So I'm telling him up front, if he's watching, if you guys are going to give him the message, you're going to give him sound bites, we'll go tit for tat if that's what he wants to do. But he won't like the ending. So I talked about, but I never mentioned his name or his channel, did I? Okay, time for a bagel with a smear campaign. That's what it was done to me. It was a complete smear job. In the psychology books known as malignant narcissistic characteristical traits, it was a smear campaign to destroy my reputation so that what I say is not believable and what he says is believable. But he went over the top for 3 hours and a few minutes to destroy my reputation and couldn't prove anything. All he said is that Fazio disrespected me, canceled the live stream at the last minute. No, I didn't. I'll say it again to that clown that goes like this. That guy with the Twitch. I didn't cancel the live stream at the last minute. The mail I sent you, dude, was at 12:31 in the afternoon. The potential to be on live stream was 8 o'clock at night. You had 6.5 hours to eat. The fact that you betrayed my trust and get over it, but you couldn't get over it because I hurt your little boy feelings. Don't tell me I canceled at the last minute. I have the email. Time was 12:31 when I canceled the live stream. You had 6.5 hours, and all you had to do was just say, the live stream is canceled. That's it. All you had to do. But you couldn't do that. You had to destroy my reputation. You had to do a smear campaign against Michael Fazio because I hurt your feelings. That's what you did. That's the truth. Triangulated. You tried to triangulate everybody against me from a malignant, narcissistic point of view. You did a total smear job, total hit piece on me, and it backfired because everybody that watched that said, what's wrong with that guy? All right, so that's it for me. And no, Jay, I don't want to get to know you better. I have enough friends. Believe me when I tell you I have enough friends. I have a girl that I dated. Tell you when I dated her. Oh, God. What a sweetheart. Maria. We went and watched The Godfather 1. Godfather 1. That's how long I know this girl. We were probably 14 or 12, 13. I went with my mom and dad and my brother and Maria. And we went to the theater on Queens Boulevard and Woodhaven Boulevard. There was a big theater there. We watched The Godfather. So I dated her since I was 13. And I saw her name in Facebook. Oh, God. 5 days ago. I said, wow, you know, I thought she'd disappeared. I didn't know, people die. And then I sent her a message. I don't even have time to talk to my childhood friend, one of my first girlfriends, let alone talk to Jay Dow. What would I talk to you about, Jay? You can't do simple research. You have to ask every detail. I give you the link to go research it, and you have to ask me, is that a Chinese motorcycle? Next thing you'll know is why I want one. Okay. No, I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to be your friend. I don't have time to sit here and hold your hand through every end. You're welcome to leave all the comments you want. Everybody is, but don't talk about other people's names or their channels on my channel. Now, if you want to talk about other people's names and other people's channels, start a YouTube video, a blog, and do it yourself on your channel. Nothing's stopping you people from going on and saying, hey, Joe Blow is live. Hey, Joe Blow talked about this. Jay Dow Info Center, Channel 7 News by Jay Dow. News at 11 by Jay Dow. And every day at 11 o'clock in the morning, you come on YouTube and you give all the updates on who's on what channel, who did that, what the videos, that who did this and how did that. I know more about everybody's I know who everybody is on YouTube except for two people. Except for two people. I know every single behind shadow bloggers, every single channel, who they are. Why do I know that? Because I've never betrayed anybody's trust. Never have I betrayed anybody's trust. Nor will I ever. And that's why I know who people are. You people can't even, you can't keep a secret. You have to blah, blah, blah it all over YouTube. As soon as you think you have a secret, you start sending out flyers and information. Not flyers, but, YouTube flyers. Like, look at this. Look at this person. Look what they did. Look at their Facebook account from 6 years ago. They're an evil person. That was 6 years ago. Get over it. All right, that's it. Thanks, Scott. If you want, I'll say hello. CFD, thank you for stopping by. As soon as I mention the law, you know CFD is watching. I even know about, I won't say it. I know it's raining again. Again, it's raining. Man, it just doesn't stop raining. Yesterday, I started a project, a painting project, yellow. And I cleaned up the parts. I degreased them. I blew them out, power washed them, not power washed them, blew them out with a blower, dried everything, mixed the paint, and it started raining as I was mixing the paint. Boy, is that depressing. Oh, God, that just hurts my feelings. That I'm mixing paint, yellow paint on top of that, to get it ready. I had the brush all cleaned up and everything, which I can't really show you what I was painting. Maybe one day it'll be live stream, but not this week. But yeah, I got all ready to paint. The sun came out. I cleaned the brush, got the turpentine out. I mixed 35% turpentine, 65% paint, yellow paint, oil-based high-gloss yellow paint. I'm getting all ready to paint, and as soon as I mixed the paint, it started raining. That's, oh God, the crash from the high I had, I'm getting ready to paint high, to the crash where I can't paint in the rain. Oh God, I was upset. And I had to put everything away in the rain, and it started raining again. It's raining now. It rains a lot. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's Carl Vela, Salamat, brain salad surgery. Oh, yeah. You guys think I'm crazy because I bang a pot. How stupid is that? Everybody has a gimmick. My gimmick just happens to be banging a pot. Other people's gimmicks are, one guy rides a, and he ain't funny at all, though, that dude, man. He deserves no love at all. None whatsoever. But I didn't talk about him today, did I? No, because I'm trying to avoid talking about people. Now, if he does talk about me on another stream, well, then we're going tit for that too. Not going to end. But him, he's never coming to the Philippines, so why would I care what he thinks? I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. He never did anything. I used to feel sorry for him, but now I just laugh. He's a non-entity, really. He's not a blogger. Never put anything on YouTube that has any merit or worthwhile information. Nothing about the Philippines, but he calls himself a Philippines blogger. That's not blogging. Blogging about the Philippines is, I blogged about the Philippines today. I told you how hard it is to get something imported into the Philippines. You people don't know this. You people don't understand import fees, clearance houses, they ship a box from off the ship. They take it off the ship with a forklift, they put it on the ground, they pick it up, they put it on the back of a 1-ton truck, they drive it 400 or 500 feet across to the clearance house. They charge you $300 for, I don't know, half hour of work with paperwork, $300 US for a Filipino, and a clearance house, and their brokerage fees. They put their name. Oh yeah, by the way, there was another fee I forgot to tell you about. To get that motorcycle, I have to hire a broker to do the paperwork. The broker charges me $300 US to put his name on the paperwork. But he don't go to the clearance house. I go to the clearance house. He doesn't go pick up the machine. I go to the machine and pay the driver. He doesn't take it out of the clearance house. I do it. But he charges me $300 to do it under his brokerage firm. They have you coming and going here. You people don't know anything about importing stuff from another country. I gave you, it was a Philippines blog. And then I didn't let people talk about other bloggers. I talked about other bloggers that tried to destroy my reputation. And I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to do it again. The next, if he mentions my name in a live stream, and he tries to go backpedal on what he did, what my suggestion to him would be, he knows what the right thing to do is. He knows. He left that hit piece up for 2 months. Why? How does it benefit him? It benefits him by making him look like a big man on campus, as Flying Circus said, but makes him look like a jerk. It's total fraud. Everybody that knows him knows he's a total fraud. Doesn't matter if he has money or not. He's a total bologna and cheese artist. All right, then, that's it. Mike Dowdy, bye-bye. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it is. Scott, don't get me started. Don't get me started. They are weather modifying us. We should have had summer starting January 6th this summer. January 6th. It's now February 11th, and it's still raining. It's rained from the 22nd of December, January 22nd, that's 31 days, 32 days, and 40 days, and 11, 51 days. It's rained 44 out of those 50 days. And that's what I said in the beginning. I bet you they make it rain for 40 days and 40 nights. I said that. I'm not going to go back and find it, but I said it. And I'm going to tell you about the Syria and the Turkey earthquake. That was done with their scalar weapons. That's my opinion. And I bet that the death toll in Turkey and Syria goes up to 33,000 and 66,000 injured, because that's a New World Order number. And that's why I think they did it. They destroyed the population, the middle class population in Turkey and Syria. All the infrastructure needs to be rebuilt. And who do you buy the materials from? The people that own the Home Depots and hardware stores and supply companies. They all come from the same place, baby. Their name all end in a not a vowel, that's for sure. They're doing this on purpose. So when it was 8,000, I made a commentary saying it'd be 33,000. Then 2 days ago, I tried to leave a comment saying it'd be 33,000 dead and 66,000 injured, and we lost the internet. Again, for 14 hours straight, came back on for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Then we lost it for 4 more hours. Then it came on for half an hour. And then it went off again yesterday. You know what kind of message Globe sent me? My internet provider. You may have experienced some outages in your area. Rest assured, we have got those issues resolved. That was at 3 o'clock this morning. Since 3 o'clock this morning, we had 4 more internet blackouts. 4 more. So their problem that they solved yesterday at 4 o'clock when they sent me the message really wasn't fixed. It was 4 more outages. This morning, I was talking to Scott at 8 o'clock this morning, and there was an outage. How is that fixed? Not fixed. They have no infrastructure here. All right, that's it. I'm Pink Permy from Michael Fazio and Daisy May. And I will probably be talking to Daisy real soon, actually, because it is in fact, I could ask her right now. It is in fact Valentine's Day's coming up, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's 3 days from now. I wonder what she got me. Let me take a look. Daisy May. She's such a good girl. You have no idea how hard she works. She works really hard. She tries so hard. Let's see here. Maria, my friend, said Good to see you and Daisy are still well. Okay, let's find Daisy. Daisy May. No new news, no new messages. She doesn't say, Michael, I'm pregnant. She didn't say that. She probably would have told me first. You guys starting rumors, boy, you guys are a trip, man. You have no life at all. Hey, J. Dal, you want to know what I want to know about you? I'll tell you what I want to know. Show us who you are, where you live, how you live, what kind of house you live in, what kind of car you drive. Do you have a boat? Do you have a motorcycle? Show us that kind of stuff. Put up a YouTube channel and start doing commentaries. Do you live in the Philippines? Do you live in Nome, Alaska? Do you live in Alabama? Show us where you live. Show us how you live. Show us your backyard. Show us your cars. I don't care about your family. I don't want to see your family, but show us how you live. Show us your garage. If you have a shop, yeah, that'd be nice. Show us that you're a human being instead of some guy that just has nothing to do. You might shut in a basement. Prove to us that you're a normal human being. You're just a little eccentric. That'd be nice. I think that's a reasonable request. And then I'll post your videos, links up on my channel. And then I'll try to get you subscribers. Flying Circus, thanks for stopping by, buddy. And I love what you do, Flying Circus. I just love what you do. Hey, well, do me a favor, Flying Circus. Send me the name of your channel. I know you're trying to change it. You went back to Flying Circus. Okay. Send me the name of your channel and give me 3 or 4 or 5 of your best links. Just put them down. I'm going to post them in this video and my other videos. I'll post them in the commentary sections. This way, because you're not getting enough views. For what you do, you don't get enough views. So if you could do that, that'd be great. Or send me all the videos that you have if you want, except none of that Spurnip stuff. I don't do that. That stuff is nasty. But hey, and I'm going to say it again. If you'll notice, the so-called friends of mine that you don't see on my channel anymore, that's because I asked them, not told them. I asked them, look, if you want to kiss somebody's butt, and after they did a hit piece on me, it'll probably be better that you don't come to my channel anymore. I'll let you on my channel, but I would prefer that you don't come on my channel anymore. That's what I would prefer. And they have, out of respect, they know they screwed up. They know they should not have allowed somebody to say all that crap about me in their live stream while they were doing it. There's 2 people that are very noticeably missing. I don't ever want to hear from them again. If I do hear from them again, I'll leave the comments up, but I probably won't respond to them. But if you want to kiss somebody's butt that did a 3-hour hit piece on me, saying that I don't believe in free speech, I don't believe in free speech, and yet if I respond to his I don't believe in free speech, he's going to reveal my secrets, that will be your undoing. That will be your undoing, to respond by giving up my secrets. Which I could give you up all my secrets right now. All of them. Wouldn't make a damn bit of difference. But we're going tit for tat. Remember that. Bye-bye for now. Oh, wait, Flying Circus. Now put it in the mail, buddy. Put them in the mail. But you could, because no one sees this stuff. Put your name. I'm gonna put this. See, I don't have the comments up yet until I end the live stream. But it'd be great if you could put your name and in the mail your name and all your video links. And then I'll post them in the comments section. All your video links. Just give me 8, 10, 15 links and the name of your channel, and I'll post them in the comments section of all my recent videos. Okay? And I will also make a community post with all of just your videos. Just you. Just the stuff you send me. So make an email, your name, email. I'm not going to put your email. The name of the channel, and then put down the names of the videos and the links, and just send it to me. You're good at stuff like that. Yeah, you do it tomorrow. Do it anytime you want, but give me all that you want posted, and I'll put them in the community page as a separate post with only Flying Circus's name on it, and I'll put them down. Flying Circus's newest videos, newest, latest, updated video list. Let's get some subscribers for Flying, and we'll post it there, and I'll post that same list and commentary that's in the email. I'll post the same thing in my chat, in my comments. Okay, no problem. I asked you to do this once before, and you're shy. You make great stuff, man. You might be right there, right up there with the greatest of the YouTubers. Certainly, DNC knows who you are, baby. You definitely give DNC a run for his money. That's unfortunate but true. God, you two guys, between the... But no sparnups, no sparnups. None of that pocket stuff. Oh, God. I had Aloe, me and Aloe. Oh, God, we were talking about the sparnups. Aloe is one of the funniest dudes, man. He is just so damn funny. You have no idea. I keep saying it. We laugh. Me and him laugh. Tears come out of our eyes from the laughter. Sometimes 20 or 30 minutes at a time on just one stupid subject. And one of them was your Spernup video series. Who we were going to feed them to, and what we were going to feed them with, what was going with, and who was going to watch. And it was all stupid stuff. If you read the comments or you heard the commentary between us, you would say, what the hell are these two guys laughing at? But we just compliment each other in stupidity laughing. I'm telling you the truth about that. Yeah, fried egg. Okay, buddy. All right, everybody, I'm going to go. Thanks for... let me show you the rain. It's raining again. Raining again. See the rain? Now you can see the rain in the puddles on top of the roof there. It hasn't stopped raining. I wonder what they're putting in the rain. That's the question. What are they putting in the rain? What are they putting an additive in the rain to help us grow things on our skin inside us? That's the question. No kidding. I'm not joking about that. Some sad stuff that's going on in this world. I'm Bing Permy from Michael Fazio and Daisy May in the Philippines, baby. Maybe I'll get Daisy on and we'll do a live stream without saying hello. But not today. Bye-bye for now. And of course, I'm Bing Permy means take care always from the Philippines, baby. Bye-bye for now.